Welcome to the stream. Sorry, before I click in, I'm adjusting some audios. That'll be fine. Welcome to the stream. Happy, bright and early on a Sunday morning. Just beating the buzzer. Welcome to the stream. I think the plan is just going to be reading some Raging Loop for a good chunk of time today. There's a chance if I start to lose my voice or something, maybe we'll switch to Ender Lilies, but I think we're just going to try to read today. To everyone's enjoyment, to everyone's excitement. No one is disappointed by me reading Raging Loop. How could you be? I'm on the edge of my seat after last stream. Very quick recap. So, remember, we had not outed, but we knew, at least us as the reader, knew of two of the wolves, being the reporter and Chikamochi. Mochi was still hanging around. The reporter had been dead for a while. Chikamochi kind of hanging around. We entered a new round of the game after we had ingested poison, and we had been saved by Rikako because we elected not to hang Rikako in this canon storyline timeline. That's the word I'm looking for. So we hung the old man and not Rikako, so she was able to save us from the poisoning by her own special powers. We had this bit where afterwards, after we had recovered from the bout of poison, Chiemi came and visited us at our place before we had to rest for the night. Chiemi did a lot of crying. She was like, oh, I fucking love you for some reason. And he's like, oh, it's fine. I can't though, because in his head, I think he said something like, ooh, in this round, I'm really partnered up with Rikako, so screw Chiemi or something like that. Already losing my voice. And so the love triangle between the three of them here on our screen right here, kind of was manifested more, and then she was very upset about things. Sorry, I keep clearing my throat. I'm gonna mute myself and do one big one here. Perfect. Okay. So, if you only heard the noise I just made behind my mic. So then, she, she's crying and she's like, oh, why can't we be together? I'm very upset, yada, yada, yada. Almost to the point, I don't think I voiced it because I think I've voiced it way in the past, but I think if I didn't know any better, her being this upset and her being such an important character leads me to think that at least also her is, also a looping person along with our main character, but we don't have time to get into that right now. I've previously talked about the possibility that if one person's looping, what are the chances that some other looper is also available and everything? And again, I won't get too much into it, my theory and all, but like, if she got to experience that first loop where we were really with her and like we went to the end with her and we tried to escape with her and then she ended up dying in the mist and all that, if she's remembering that moment, like, I could maybe 100% more understand just how in this loop she's a lot more upset that he's not as receiving of her love, potentially, kind of thing, and she had that kind of like really close relationship with him, and now this one he seems to be different, and now, again, don't need to go into it, but who knows? Does she know he's looping? Does he know she's looping? If she is indeed looping, who fucking knows? Okay, so then Rikako showed up to my place as well, and so then they were both talking, and there was some kind of discussion where it was like, even if you like me, we can't possibly work together. And then like they delved more into Rikako's background and her family's background about the bed servant, woman reaper, bed dawn, woman servant, a bed something, I don't know. It's bed, woman servant. Let's just go with that. So we went into the background of that about how like this really traditional kind of like structure of the families in this society, right? Where the different families that we've talked about, the 4 different like family names and everything, had like different like specialties or things that they ruled over. So like, medicine for the Nosato family, and what were the other ones? Maybe, I don't know, food supply for another one, or politics for another, whatever the fuck. They don't matter right now. The one that mattered was the Uematsu family, where basically it was like, yeah, as you probably could have put together, the woman servant title wasn't just like a title. It was, however lewd you want to get with it, they would be like the kind of like the family that would check in on the families, both for healing properties and also sexual pleasures. And so they would probably go around and do all these things, and that, in her head, both she feels like, I'm really generalizing here, but she probably looks back on that and feels a bit tainted and feels, I don't know what you would say, unclean or something, because there was a line where she was like, oh, when I explained all this, I'm surprised you're not just like turned off by this kind of thing. And he's like, fucking whatever, he was doing his own thing and saying whatever he wanted. But basically she was like, oh, this is what my family was doing back then. And now with like, there was a bit about how like, obviously in the more, as time becomes more and more modern, that role and those services, I guess you could say, were diminished, and the importance of those were diminished. And so her standing and the standing in the family became less and less, where they had less power as a family, again, in this kind of like society kind of thing. So there was a whole big explanation about that. So then we went to, fast forward to the the next feast meeting, and basically they're still going with the majority, the confirmed majority, something majority. I can't remember any terms this game starts throwing at me. Jesus, my brain sucks so bad. So like the majority thing that they've got going with some of the thing, they're like, where it's only a matter of time till we win kind of thing. And then it basically was like, oh, so the person that ended up getting killed was Kaori. That's an important factor. So Kaori was killed, upsetting some people, obviously. Her sons, naturally. And so Kaori was murdered, and they're like, oh shit. Yoshisugu was like, hey, she told me that if she was to die, I gotta like reach into her and pull out a tube thing. And then there's this whole bit about the tube with the names and then the fingers and the death thing. I won't recount the whole thing. Go watch the last part if you need to, or if you haven't already, or you already know, but I know in my head, the whole tubes, the fingers, whatever. And then they're like, ooh, what if this is so unnatural, because if you get slashed, you wouldn't be able to control your fingers like that. So this feels like a pose done by the wolves who maybe knew this information, and they're like, oh shit, that's so fucking smart. And I'm like, okay, whatever. I don't want to give him any more credit. So then they were like, okay, we're basically deciding who is the last wolf, because Chikamochi was accused as a wolf and was just fucking taking it. Mochi was like this mix of like resigned to the fact that he was already being called out as a wolf, and also his lackadaisical normal nature, where he's just like, I don't fucking care. I'm not going to be able to convince you guys otherwise. Like, whatever. I'm just a fucking kid who's weird or something. So they were like, okay, Mochi, you're not really defending yourself. And he's like, well, what do you want me to do? I hate this place. That's basically what I would do. I'd be like, I'm not wasting any more energy defending myself. This place is nuts. Take me out of here. So they're like, so Mochi's like, okay, that's fine, whatever. So they're deciding who's the last one. And they're like, is it Chiemi or is it Rikako Imatsu? And Rikako Imatsu finally comes out and says, this is it's basically, it was theorized by our main character, but now it was basically implied that, yeah, Meiko was the spider. I was helping her protect people. We don't know what the fuck the old man was doing, but fucking whatever. Obviously, it's been talked about previously about why Rikako was saying that she was a spider to try to protect Mako, and also if the wolves targeted her, then she would be able to, like, die, and then everyone else would think that the spider was dead while the spider's still alive with Mako. Yada, yada, yada. So then they're like, okay, so we're still deciding between Rikako and Chiemi, and then like, finally, it was like mask off moment where we ended, basically, where like Chiemi was like, all right, you know what, Chikamochi, the jig is up, we're losing here, seemingly, so let's just pull out some shotguns or something, and that is like immediately where we stopped. Great, we recapped in like 10 minutes. I hope everyone loves the recaps. The bit being that no one likes the recaps, but I've carried over the recaps from our Umineko and Higurashi readings, and I think in a weird way they forced me to help to remember some story beats from the last time. Like, even just saying it out loud helps me, like, recall everything. Oh, alright, so we're gonna go right to the CG, where the cool action pose, Chikamochi with a gun, why do I keep saying Chiemi? I was combining Rikako and Chiemi's name, so I kept wanting to go Riemi. Riemi? They got guns, we'll see it here. Oh shit, what a cool pose. Oh, and I talked about just how cool of, like, honestly, you know, not me being harsh or anything, but most of the character designs in this game are just, like, standard. They work, you know, like they're serviceable is like the term I do. But in some of these CGs, especially like this one, I was talking about glowing praise. Chiemi's character design I like so much. It's kind of like understated. In this one, it's obviously heightened, like fucking murderous face going on. But the fucking jacket, the hood up, oh man, so cool. And I was on this train for the longest of time. Go back to one of the earlier streams in this. Chiemi, probably my favorite character in this game. One of the few standouts for me. Mochi is interesting, but it's fun. Just oddball character. Obviously, my hate for the main protagonist is well established. But Chiemi, great. Lots of fun. Okay, so what's going to happen here? Place your bets. If you don't know. If you already know, then don't place your bets. You already know what's going to happen. But, it would be... My main thought since this showed and appeared, and we were leaning towards, like, seemingly the end of this loop, right? The whole idea was that we were coming very close to solving the wolf problem, right? So my head was like, all right, well, I don't think we're near the end of this game, right? So I was like, there has to be something that, like, makes this a losing loop for us. And the simplest answer would be here that we got so close, and then Chiemi and Chikamochi here just take us out, right? That would be the simplest thing. Would it be an Occam's razor, I guess? Sort of, kind of, not really. But, like, hey, we need to have a losing loop here again so that we're forced to redo things. Excuse me. So just give some bad guys some guns and let them take people out. Also, I would feel, again, I don't think we're close to finishing this game. And my long-held belief was that, especially with these two loops, where, like, in one loop we've partnered up with Chiemi, and the other loop we've partnered up with Rikako, my whole brain just simple thing solution seems to be like he needs to do a loop where he somehow, especially with all three of them on the title screen and all, and they're very important characters, obviously, and have important bits to them. I'd assume that we have to, like, form a trio and to win, you know? And then, as I said before, I think we form a throuple, we leave this village, and we go have fun. You know? Easy. Anyway, Chiemi says, let's kill them all. Everyone here had a certain hope. Oh, there's an autosave right there. They believed that, if exposed, the wolves would admit it and give themselves in. It would be too late for them to keep struggling, after all. Certainly they wouldn't attack the humans head on. Certainly their ex-neighbors wouldn't be that malicious and murderous. I couldn't blame them for their optimism. I was the only one who knew how bad Yasunaga Oribe changed last time, so I should have been the one to take care. However, even I could be taken off guard. I knew that the current wolves were wicked, but I thought it was because of Chikamochi Kamoshida, the boy with unusual tendencies and devilish intuition. I knew that she could use a gun, but I didn't expect her to whip one out right in front of us. She was the girl who told me to leave her and run despite the invisible god terrorizing her. The girl who'd opened herself up to me despite knowing it wasn't meant to be. I never would have thought she'd bring a gun to this place and try to take everyone with her. The turn was so unexpected that the smart ones here were frozen. Those who hadn't suspected her weren't moving either. The ones who did... Jimmy, stop! Was the one most proactive among us. You fool! And the one who didn't trust anyone. When the first shot was fired, the buckshot aimed at the end of the circle was blocked by Takumi-san's body. Ooh. His large frame absorbed the bullets, bursting apart. That's my best. Past his collapsing body, I saw her face, a beastly smile. A moment later, Chikamochi Kamoshida fired his own gun. It feels like cheating. No guns allowed in our wolf game. Kanzoshi was charging toward him with clenched fist, and the shot blew off his face. Next, beyond the bloody mist they left behind, I saw the eyes of a bird of prey. Run! The next person Chemi aimed at was Yoshisuga-kun, who was trying to charge at her. That was when Kanzo-san, on the verge of death, landed a punch on Chikamochi, as I absentmindedly watched. Kyo, Fusaishi. It's up to you. I felt like I heard that voice, which snapped me out of my torpor. Torpor? Kinosuke was the same in that regard. Our eyes met, and then I hurried to take Rikaka-san and Mako's hands while he grabbed Yasunaga-kun by the shoulders. Without even seeing the results of the third shot, we ran straight for the exit. We were closer to the exit than the elder side. We heard another gunshot, but we weren't in a situation to turn around. Rikaka-san dropped to the ground, letting out a cry as she did, and I ended up basically dragging her so we could evade our assailants. Gung 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 gung. Kinosuke saw that. His expression changed, and he, still holding Yasunaga-kun's hand, used his open hand to push my shoulder. I felt like there was a silent understanding between us. Not saying a thing, we hurriedly let go of Yasunaga-kun and took Rikaka-san's hand while I took Yasunaga-kun's now empty hand. It was an irrational action. However, I probably thought that I had no right to hold her by the hand, a feeling which made it hard for me to run. Kinosuke staunchly grasped her and started running. Following his example, I took Mako under my arm and started running, pulling Yasunaga-kun with me. The young man seemed to be in a stupor. Was it just me, or was the mist even denser than usual? Probably felt that way because I was running, making the lack of visibility way more dangerous. I followed the gravel path and ran up a hill. It's okay, I can run by myself now. Hearing that clear voice, I let go of his hand. Where should we run? The Nosato Mansion. It's the sturdiest building here. That made sense. The other two were going there too, so if we regrouped and held our ground there. Sliding into action. Suddenly, I heard laughter coming from the side. It almost makes me freeze, but I held myself together and lowered my head. Another gunshot. I could clearly feel the bullets fly past the top of my head. Jenny, why? Keep running! Wah. Mako cried for the first time ever. I had to keep running while closing her mouth. I'd expected Yasunaga-kun to be right behind me, but I couldn't hear his footsteps anymore. Please stop. He was probably trying to convince Chiemi. Oh. Love quadrilateral. It's a love square. We got a love rhombus. Ah, I mean, that's already been established, right? His whole into Chiemi kind of thing. That's what happens when you're in a very closed off, secluded village. Everyone is into everyone. It's just like, remember back in the day, fucking a show like, I don't know, Jersey Shore, and like you would tune in for some wonderful television, and then it's like by the end of that whole stretch of series and seasons, like everyone had slept with everyone at some point. It was like just some big old unfortunate melting pot of relationships, you know? I mean, someone like Yasunaga here, his options aren't like numerous. If you get cast off into a village that you might have a hard time leaving or whatever, you just gotta be like, well, I've always liked you, you know? The feeling ain't mutual. Damn, I love her. Yep, you verbally backhand him like that. That brief exchange and the gunshot that followed seemed strangely clear. Brutal. Please, don't make a sound, Mako. Shit. Was this the end of the line for this loop? Wow, it really just came suddenly, yeah. With Japan being a mostly gun-free society, their power could easily be both overestimated as well as underestimated, making it hard for us to gauge. However, here in a mist where I could barely see anything and could be hit at point-blank range by surprise, I was all too aware. Guns are frightening tools that could end a life with a single pull of the trigger. Haruaki-san, where are you? I made it to Tai Yamawaki-san's house, hid behind it, and waited. I had to catch my breath and figure out my best route to the Nosato mansion. By following this path, I could pass the collapsed construction site and arrive at the mansion. That was the fastest way there, but I wasn't sure it was safe. Come out, I'll help you. Yeah, right. She's so catty. Hearing that cheerful voice, I heard the unlocked door open up. I'd ran as fast as I could, but she caught up easily, probably due to her healthy legs and familiarity with the land. Remember how, like, the end of the first loop, he was like, oh, how do I change? Well, no, I was going to say something, but I think I'm dumb. Nah, I'll hold it. Okay, Mako, yeah, just read, Austin. Just read the text on the screen. It was what everyone's saying. Mako was trying really hard not to scream, and I was hoping that she could hold it in. Hearing someone enter, I counted to 5 and snuck out. I didn't sense anyone following me. Going down the hill, I passed the plaza and continued making my way to the Nosato mansion, hoping they missed me. Putting Mako on my back, I continued sneaking. This was the second time I'd reached the final stage with her by my side. Was it fate or something? Shaking away that question, I went ahead. I kept moving forward, and quickly found out I was being too naive. Who would you rather get die? Whose hands would you rather have kill you? Weird Chikamochi or Chiemi? I think I would rather die by Chiemi's hands. And that's nothing really against Chikamochi, but like there's something very unnerving about him. It's very something unnerving to be killed by someone who's kind of like mentally, I don't want to say unstable. That's a little not accurate, right? But like he's younger, kind of goofy. You'd be like, ah, shit. Ah, shit. Funny. There was a person right before the mansion. You're way funnier now than when you were alive, uncle. Damn. Also, he's gonna call you like Hassan or something as he kills you, and you're like, that's not my name. Ugh! There was a mess that looked vaguely human in front of him. He poked at it with something long and thin, probably a shotgun. Anyway. Guess that just leaves you, doesn't it, Hassan? I didn't know whether it was because he was a wolf or from the Crow family, but hiding behind an Okiba wasn't enough to fool him.
けて逃げたらメイコちゃんが弾に当たって先に死んじゃうよ。そんなの発散はしないよね。
Oh, if you turn around and run, I'm gonna hit Mako-chan on your back and kill her. You don't want that, do you? Gah, he was right.
それよりさ、いっそ向かってくれば？じっちゃんとかおっちゃんみたいにさ。その方が僕は楽しい。
That aside, can you just face me? Old man Konzo and Uncle did. It's more fun to me this way. The snappy attitude he'd given us on the latter part of the feast was nowhere to be seen. Faking his behavior to keep up the act just because he was a wolf must have been stressful for him. Right now, I was close to him, and he could tell by his expression that he was extremely refreshed. But man, Kinosuke seemed to have struggled, probably a lot, probably to let Rikako-san escape. He had guts in him somewhere, after all.
りっちゃんみたく背中から撃つのはあんま気分良くないから趣味じゃないな。
I don't like shooting people in the back, like I did with Richen. It's in poor taste. Fuck.
メイコは見逃せよ。
Let Mako run away.
そりゃあ難しいな。狼様的には読み人の筆頭みたいな子だし。
That won't fly. I'm an Okami-sama, you know? Can't let the top Yomibito just walk away.
ま、自分で読みに帰るなら知らないけど。
Though, she could just return to Yomi on her own or something. Was he bound by the curse of the real story? I let Mako go.
この下の崖を目指して、それで川まで降りるんだ。
Go down the cliff. Go down the cliff until you reach the river. Can you do that? Doing that probably meant getting the same ending as last time, but it wasn't impossible that she'd make it. Shemi wasn't with us. Maybe if the little girl was alone. Whatever the case, it was better than just letting her get shot. Fusayuki-san.
大丈夫。
Mako, run. You're gonna die here. Please. It's fine. It's gonna work out. And most importantly, if I died here, all this would return to nothing, and I'd loop. I'd actually reach the point when I considered that in my calculations.
行け。
Go! Oh, that was so sweet sounding. So sad. Let me get that again. It's so sad. Bye, bye. Sad. Bye, bye. As she started to run.
なんて嘘。
Yeah, nah, just kidding. As Shikamochi Kamoshida began aiming at her again, I felt intense anger. I couldn't understand him at all. Was this how they really were? Or was this caused by the real story? My body moved before my messed up brain, which was something I didn't expect. My instinct to protect children must have taken over. I heard the gunshot, then felt the lead bullets bite into my body. Because of the poor visibility, because the buckshot was small, probably meant for birds, the wound wasn't fatal. Still, the pain assaulting my body felt like I was pierced by a dull tip of a sword. I staggered a bit, then fell to my knees. It hurt. A lot. I didn't feel Mako behind me. She must have ran away without looking back. No idea if that meant anything. It hurt. Fuck, it hurt a lot.
何やってんだよ、ハッサン。あんな子のために死んでどうすんの？
What was that about? Why would you die for her?
ハッサンは僕と遊ぶんだ。ハッサンは僕と遊ぶんだよ。
You're supposed to play with me, Hassan. Get it? Play with me. Ignoring my pain, he just said that.
しょうがないな。
Oh well.
やる気がないなら、せめて面白い格好の死体にでも。
If you're not up for it, maybe I can turn you into funny corpse.
約束が違うじゃん、モッチ。
That's not what we agreed on, Mochi. Oh. As I heard that voice, I looked up and saw that Chikamochi Kamoshida was dead. What? She probably was like, no, I get to take him out, right? The wolf that popped out of the mist wielded a blade instead of a gun.
春明さんは私がって言ったのに。
Yep. I said, I'm gonna take Haruaki-san. It was an extremely sharp kitchen knife. It was embedded to the hilt in the other wolf's head. Yikes. The boy quickly collapsed without saying a word. Chimmy grabbed his weapon, checked the chambers, and clicked her tongue. Then she walked up to the boy's corpse.
玉切れじゃん。撃ちすぎなんだよ、下手くそモッチ。
Out of shots. What a waste of bullets. You suck, Mochi. And removed the knife from his head. The body jerked for a moment, then lay still. She looked at the weapon, wet with gray matter, then threw it away. I wondered what she'd do next, and she took a new weapon out of her sleeve. It was like her entire body was a weapon. I began to question just how well I'd actually known her. Jesus.
春明さんさ、もう誰もいないよ。
Haruaki-san, you're all alone now.
二人きりだね。ま、だからなんだって感じだけどさ。
It's just the two of us. Not like that means much. She sounded bored, but I could feel the bloodlust and malice behind her words.
もう言葉も出せない感じ？
Can't say anything anymore, huh?
なんで
Why?
あ、喋れてる。よかったよかった。
Ah, you can talk. Good to know.
なんでこんなことを
Why are you doing this?
しょうがないじゃん。しなきゃどうにもなんないんだもん。
Can you blame me? There's no other way for us, is there?
僕は君がそんなやつじゃないと思ってた。
I didn't think you were like this.
起きてだか伝説だか知らないけど、それがいくら怖くても最後は抵抗することを選ぶ子だって思ってた。
I don't know if it's the law or the legend or whatever, but I always thought you'd always resist it, no matter how scary it was.
なのに
Yet you...
残念。
Too bad! She spoke with unbridled malice.
新内さんの言う通り。ばっかみたい。みんな神様に踊らされてるだけなのに。
You think it's because Shinai-san said it? That's just stupid. It's God that's making everyone dance like they are.
ちえみさんはね、ただ単に最初から殺したくて殺したくて殺したくて殺したくて殺したくて殺したくてたまんなかっただけ。
Listen, I just really wanted to kill.
そう言ったら里帰りしたのだって殺しがしたくて戻ってきたようなもんだったしさ。
Yeah, I haven't returned back home just because I wanted to kill someone.
だから今夢みたいだよ。
That's why I'm feeling great right now.
残念色男さ。芹沢千恵美はそんな人間でした。女を見る目がなかったね。
Too bad, Romeo. That's how I always was. You have no luck with women, do you? Oh, how dare you? You know that's a sore spot for me. But that was just...
春明さんに会った時から思ってたよ。この人を殺したらどうなるかなって。
I thought about what it would be like to kill you from the moment I met you.
ある意味ようやく夢が叶うんだよ今。
In a way, this moment is like a dream come true.
ルール違反の私はどうせ今晩汚れでぐちゃぐちゃの死体になる。これは最後のお楽しみって感じかな。
I'm breaking the rules, so I'll be justified of me tonight. This will be my final bit of fun before that happens.
じゃあこれで。
So now,
賭けをしよ
let's make a bet. All my curiosity about the mystery, the fear of the path leading to it, even the pain were all gone. Only pride was left.
う。10分くれたら僕は必死に逃げる。その後僕を追いかける。逃げ切れば僕の勝ち。君が勝ったらそうだな。
Give me 10 minutes. I'll use them to run away. Once the time's up, you chase after me. If I get away, I win. If you win, I wanted to set my own rules.
僕は君を愛しながら死んでやろう。
I'll die with love for you.
いいね。素敵。
That sounds great. Even if this was a meaningless, insane, dead end, I would go and die in my own way. Albeit staggering, I could still run if I ignored the pain. Blood was flowing out of all the wounds on my body, so I was probably leaving an easy-to-follow trail behind me. Why'd she agree to these terms? I guess maybe just because he was like, I'll love you or whatever. So that maybe did enough for her. I don't know. Even so, I ran uphill toward Kamifujiyoshi. I knew that the path was closed off here. The last loop, Haru-chan had entered the mountain and gotten stuck. The Misty Mountain was a separate realm avoided by the people of Yasumisu. Perhaps like when I'd left with through Saranaga, I was about to get lost in the mist and die to some monster. Even so, if I brought Chiemi here, I could maybe give a chance for Mako to escape, and that was good enough for me. If she wasn't coming after me, it was unlikely that she'd go after Mako instead. Maybe he is working on something like this. Maybe, okay, so if he's just like, I want to die on my own terms, maybe there's that thing. But if I was him, and I know that I'm most likely going to loop again, and maybe he is doing this, but I would be like, what knowledge can I get? Like, I would have, like, interrogated Chiemi, either as a person or as a wolf, to try to get as much info that could maybe help me in another loop. Maybe he is doing that in his own special way. But he's also talked about, like, he's talked about the fact, and there's that phenomenon, and there's that thing in the top of his head where he's like, just because I've looped once or twice or however many times I have technically, doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to loop again, right? You're always like, oh, do I have a certain amount that I'm going to be able to loop? So maybe he's just like, oh, I'm going to at least try to escape and see what happens kind of thing. I don't know. But there is that factor, I guess. But also I'd be like, oh, I've been looping a lot. Let me just try. Chiemi would be left in the village all by herself to her own insanity. In that case, I figured I had to try running away through here at least once. I'd given up on trying to understand her insanity this time around. Next time. Yeah, I'd think about it next time. I passed the cliff and reached the mountain. The mist was even denser than usual. I looked down and noticed that a lot of the road was covered by a landslide. The earth, sand, and collapsed trees made it pretty much impossible to walk past here. I couldn't tell if it was artificial, nor did I had the knowledge to investigate and find out. Okay, sure. I just followed the path. The 10 minutes had already passed, so Chiemi must have been tailing me. Whenever I stopped, I felt I could hear the sound of rustled grass in the distance. She was chasing me. From what I could tell, she was actually following the winding mountain path. That was good for me. I wanted her to keep it up. It made this more interesting. Maybe she wasn't really trying to catch me. The distance between us wasn't closing at all. I suddenly became a bit dizzy. There was a largish tree nearby. I sat down next to it so I could catch my breath. My vision suddenly turned dim. I quickly opened my eyes, but I had a bad feeling, like I'd actually been out cold for a decent while. I tried standing up and realized that I couldn't move my limbs properly. I must have lost too much blood. The end was close. My dulled senses told me my pursuer was nearby. I tried finding the path again, but I couldn't for some reason. Apparently, my sense of direction, perception, and judgment were fading too. Perhaps things would have worked out if I wasn't injured? No. This was a different realm. Though acknowledged by few, the outskirts of the village were the hunting grounds of the merciless mountain god, Great Lord Shinai. The only ones free to move in here. I couldn't wait, so I just came down. Were the madmen siding with the mountain god? This was unreasonable, unscientific, superstitious, abnormal. Why was Chiemi up the mountain? I'd always sensed her coming from below. What was that all about? Alright, now love me while I kill you. I couldn't even say a thing, but I felt like I still had a chance. I rolled down the mountain. Took a tumble. Go, go, go! Do your best! I love those crazy eyes. Brimming with the joy of the hunt, Chiemi chased after me. A part of me wanted the mountain to just collapse. My path was blocked off by the natural trees, plants, growth in general. You're so cute. My body was at its limit. Unable to tell whether my vision was turning dim or if the mist was becoming denser, I continued rolling. I used the last bits of my energy to face her. Oh, here we go. Oh my god. This is dope. Look at that. It's gonna fucking stab me. The wolf was coming. It was close. It would devour both my flesh and soul alike. I'd won the feast, so I hoped that the mountain god would at least save my soul. I'd gone through a load of difficult shit thus far, so it wouldn't be unfair to let me have a peaceful ending, right? Yeah, I knew full well that the world wasn't such a kind place. The upcoming death would surely be more painful and desolate than any before. After all, I knew that the one granting it to me was a girl I'd once loved. I didn't want this. I never desired an ending like this. Shit. I didn't care if it made me look like a sore loser. I wanted to go out in a way that would leave a thorn in Chiami's heart. Fuck her! I thought a lot of meaningless things. Oh no! Ah, this hurts me. But my words escaped me. She's like, get down, Mr. President. Oh, she took it in the abdomen. Ah. Oh, look at Chiami's face. She's like, ah, shit, you're a thorn. He was like, I want to leave a thorn in Chiami's side. But then Rikako's like, I will leave a thorn in her side. But my words escaped me. The wolf's fang pierced the spider instead of me. Oh, symbolic. Symbology. Symbolism. She's the spider. Well, no. She's not the spider. She doesn't have the role of the spider, but the spider family, right? But still, the symbolism is there. That's good. Protected from the wolf attack. I like that. It's good. Pierce the spider instead of me.
どうして
Why? That was all I could say, physically and mentally. Why was she alive? Why was she here? Why did she protect me? Those questions spun in my head, but only the last one found an answer. Of course she would do this. She was a descendant of the Uematsu until the very end. Her sense of duty and justice hadn't faded, even on the brink of death. She glanced at me, completely denying my assumption. That wasn't it. She was simply obeying her wretched, unwavering heart. After all, I was special to her.
ごめん
Sorry. I said another word. Sorry I couldn't stay with Mako. Sorry I couldn't protect everyone. Sorry I talked a wolf into a gamble that made it impossible for me to look you directly in the eye. That was the last word I would ever say. Even so, my eyes and ears were still active. Thus, I witnessed everything that happened.
邪魔をするな
Don't get in my way! With a maddened scream, the madwoman tried to pull the knife out, but she couldn't. It was probably snagged in her ribs, so badly that neither pushing nor pulling helped.
芹沢
Damn.
様
Serizawa-sama. Her voice was hard to make out due to all the blood leaving her mouth, but it was calm, gentle even.
あなたの汚れも私が
I shall take in your corruption.
あんたなんかに何がわかる休みずの黄泉の汚れはどうやったって私を縛る
What do you know? Yomi's corruption binds me no matter what. Would I remember enough of this to think about what those words meant next time? My failing vision merged them into one, and I noticed Rikako-san's hand reach for Chiami's neck by chance. Her finger caught on something. It was something on a string. A pendant?
これは
This is...
いや見ないで
No, don't look! Chiami released the knife, snatched the object back, and held it to her chest to hide it.
芹沢様
Serizawa-sama. Her voice was dense with pain. Not only that, it was also tinged heavily with pity.
申し訳ありません
I am so sorry.
その汚れは私にも引き取れない
That is a corruption not even I can take in. I had no idea what those words meant, but... They carry the impact of a death blow for the wolf.
知ってた知ってたし
I knew it. Ha 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 ha. I knew it. I knew it. God, God, God.
殺してやる。どこだ？どこだよ。殺してやるから出てこい。出てこいよ。
I'll kill you. Where are you? Where? I'll kill you. So come out. Come out. With that scream, Jimmy ran off somewhere. Into the mist. She probably had no clear direction. Akako-san collapsed.
ごめんなさい。春明様。
I'm sorry, Haruaki-sama. Trying to move in her heavy-looking robe, she tried to crawl over to me.
芹沢様も他の皆様も守れなかった。
I could not protect Serizawa-sama or anyone else. She wasn't the only one. I thought the exact same thing. I really wanted to say that and go out with a smile, but I could barely even breathe. I used the very last of my power to collapse toward her. I then reached for her hand.
春明様。
Haruaki-sama. Her hand lay over mine. All life left our eyes as we were gradually reduced to mere objects. Even so, her dying hand somehow felt warm, and I hate to break the pace we're on right here and interrupt this moment we're having. But if we get to do a true loop again, does that mean I get to meet the convenience store worker again? My second favorite character in this game? Do I get to have another moment with the corner store girl, who I still think is somehow like she's got to have some big importance to this whole thing. It's the first person we see. I'm telling you. I don't remember if she has a name, but it's got to be her. Even so, her dying hand somehow felt warm.
いずれまた落ちる
When we...
時は
I cut her off. When we rise again. Oh, hello. Hiya papaya. Oh, I like that.
今度は素直に押します。
I will be more honest. Yeah. I wanted to respond to those feelings properly. I would destroy all my chances of losing, and I would leave the mist alongside this foolish, pure, lovable woman. Next time. For sure. For sure. For sure. He says. Raging Loop. Raging Loop. L-O-U-P. Look at that. Key 15. You can view it in the keys list. Great. Game over. Okay, let me check out. Just because we're, for the sake of being thorough. With the union of the humans, Rikako-san's stunt, and Kaori-san's sacrifice, we finally determined who all the wolves were. But they were one step ahead of us. They brought guns to the party, and it's very unfair. Through their self-destructive attack, everyone died, the worst outcome. I have to aim to get the better of them in order to repay Rikako-san for protecting me all the way to the end. Now, also, I remember Key 15... Yeah, very, very funny timing. Key 15 wasn't actually that far away from here. I remember a lock 15 quite not too long ago. So I think we're going to stay in the same loop. I think we're just going up. I think it's when... Is it when the love triangle thing starts happening? Before this last meeting, I think? I'm racking my brain. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to see how accurate I can be. I remember the 15. I remember seeing it in the last stream or two, so... Bad ending 19. Do I want the hint corner? No. Sorry, sheep. I don't need hints. Again, I wonder if I'm missing any good bits from the hint corner, but it is what it is. No, we're not going to Finland. Have I seen any of the hint corners? I saw the very first one. Just because someone at some point Someone in chat, I think when I first was offered a hint corner, was like, oh, you might as well just watch the first one just to see what it's like. But then I had asked, I was like, is it worth seeing? Like, are they, like, really, like, good? And then they were like, nah, you don't really need to see them. And I was like, okay, well, then I'll just skip them. The only reason I would want to see them is less for the hints they provide, and if they were actually, like, actual good bits, like, to see, like, interesting or anything. But if they do just supply, like, a hint, then it's like, okay, well, so far, it's always been, like, I die, and I'm like, okay, well, I got a key. I'll just go back to where that number is on the chart, and then go and plug it in. Like, I never actually felt like I needed a hint, you know what I mean? It's never been difficult. So I've always been like, well, I don't need, like... It's right here. Yeah, I was right about this. Yeah. Yep. Okay, cool. They are not needed, but cool. Fourth wall commentary. Some are cool, and some are literally whatever. Then second part of it is the hint. Oh. See, I didn't know. And like, at the end of the day, am I going to be upset that I missed it? Probably not. Or missed them. I trusted one person, one person's opinions. I was like, do I need to see the hint corners? And it wasn't even a matter of like time. I was like, I'll watch them if they're actually interesting. And I think at the time, again, this was weeks ago, probably at this point, but they were like, it's fine. You can just, but like I said, like you were asking, I watched the first one just to see what it was like. And that was way back at the beginning of the game. Let's us skip to the decision or the thing here. Okay, so let's recall exactly. This was at the thing, right? Rikako, you are truly gentle. Couldn't understand what she meant at all. For seconds before I would ask, you heard all that, yet you did not curse me with you. Okay, so this is when she talks about. So I think this is after Chiemi has already left. I mean, if I'm remembering the timeline here. So Rikako showed up as well, and she was giving, like I said in the recap at the very start of this stream, Rikako really delved into the family history of, like, what does the bed, whatever, woman servant role mean? What did this family used to do back in the old, I would say olden times, but back, like, what was the role of the family? What exactly did they do? She's talking about, like, oh yeah, we did the things... We did the sexual things or whatever, and I tell you the story. Oh, no, you're not judging me. Whatever. Oh, yeah, there's also this bit. I didn't talk about this, but she's like, oh, man, you're such a nice guy that, like, if you had turned me away because of this, it would be easier for me to be upset that we're not going to work out together or whatever. So there's that. So 15... is open door and persuade, because we just kept the door shut, like I think was the whole deal when they were like talking to us through the doors, because we're like, oh, it's nighttime, I gotta fucking prepare. So I guess we'll see what happens here. I don't remember exactly whether this one was cool or whatever, but watching one other than the first one is a good idea to see what they're about. Not missing anything lore-wise if you skip them, though, yeah. Okay. I mean, now that... See, and the problem is, not to be, like, neurotic brain, but, like, now I've already committed to the path of not watching them. So now I'm like, I mean... Maybe at the end of the game, I can just find a compilation or something online of all the hint corners, and I can just watch them. I assume I could find that out there. That can't be that difficult. Or at the very worst, I like just brute force it on my save and just like go to all the death routes and then watch them. That would be a little more work, but I don't know. We'll see. Doubt there will be a compilation online. You're not giving an online. Actually, you know what? I was gonna say maybe you're not giving enough credit, but it does seem like a very random thing to like look for. But if there's not a compilation online, then that makes me think that they're even less important to see. Well, important is such an interesting word to say, but anyway, I digress. We'll see. The main thing when I had asked at the beginning was like, am I really, really, really missing something if I don't watch them? And I trusted the person who originally told me, so. I suddenly opened the door. Yeah, I did it. Of course I would. Oh, the flashback. I didn't want to see that ending again. Rikako-san was crying. Her voice had been clear and composed, so I'd assumed that she wasn't feeling anything. I was wrong. She was merely hiding it. You promised not to open the door.
約束をした時点では守るつもりでしたが、あなたたちが約束を立てに、僕を好き放題悪者にするからあえて破りました。
I'd intended to keep that promise, but you both used it to make me look like a bad guy, so I changed my mind.
何なんですかその、見苦しい過去設定を並び立てれば、無事嫌われて円満破局みたいな空気感は、藤吉イズムですか？
What's with this aura? Why does it feel like you're trying to be hated because of your past just to make the breakup cleaner? Is it a Fujiyoshiism or something?
ぶっちゃけ、ちえみちゃん程度の面倒さの子はいくらでも転がしてきましたから、状況がこうでなきゃ発奮するだけですし。
I've rejected tons of bothersome women like Chiemi-chan in my life, so if it weren't for this situation, I'd be going nuts right now. Now hold the fuck up. A, don't disrespect Chiemi like that in front of me. And two, nope, B, I can't go A and 2. And B, fuck off. How obnoxious is this guy? This guy's like, oh man, I've had women throwing themselves at me all the time. Oh my, fuck off with this guy. God. My hate for him just grows with every passing stream of this game. And I can't, it's irrational, but I hate him. I hate him.
レアキャラは超絶美味しいとしか思えない程度には人間腐ってるんで、諦めてほしいですね。
His demeanor. I'm just about degenerate enough to decide someone like you is too rare to let go, so you should cut it out. Question mark? Crap. I overdid it a bit.
まあその、あなたがどう思うかは知りませんが、僕は今の話で、あなたをより信頼しましたし、好きになりました。
Well, I have no idea what you're thinking, but hearing all that just made me value you more. Huh? Huh?
ちえみちゃんにもそう言ってあげたいところですが、それはあなたへの定説に戻りますから、別の手を打ちましょう。
I'd have loved to say that to Chiemi-chan too, but that'd make me a cheater, so I'll do something else instead. Hey, sometimes I gotta like the crazy ones, you know? If you're not into the slightly crazy people, like, you need that crazy for that spice in life, you know what I mean? When she looked me in the eyes with blood all over her, and she'd killed some people, she took out Mochi. She took out Mochi because she specifically wanted to kill me. I felt that, you know?
明日謎理論でしっかり丸め込んで僕の友人を紹介しましょう。僕より少し頭が腐った変態野郎ですが気は合いそう。
I'll win her over with some weird as hell reasoning and introduce her to a friend of mine. He's a bit more degenerate than I, but I think they'll get along. Chim is your favorite character. Yeah, see? We're on the same page. We're on the same wavelength here. Fellow Chimmy enjoyer.
もしちえみちゃんがちょいピザ丸ハゲでも気にしないなら超絶尽くす彼の方が。
Wait, maybe Teach would be better for her. If Chiemi-chan doesn't mind slightly ugly baldies. Sorry, that caught me off guard. Slightly ugly baldies. She'd have someone really loyal and... Can we be serious for a moment? Haruaki? Haruaki-sama, I do not think I understand, but why would you tell me that you like me? Now, of all times.
言ったでしょ。僕はルールは自分で決めたいんですよ。
Like I said, I want to play this game by my own rules.
感情だって他人にルールされたくないですから。みんなが嫌いなものでもその気になれば喜んでいただきますとも。
I don't want someone else telling me how I should feel. Even if everyone else hates something, I'll happily take it.
だから僕に嫌われたければ方法を改めてください。あなたから好きだって言ったんですからね。覚悟はしてもらいましょう。
If you want me to hate you, find a better way to go about it. You're the one who said that you love me, so you better take responsibility for that.
バーカバーカ。リカコさんのアホ。
You dumb idiot. Rikaka-san's a moron.
死んでる？
I think this is what pickup artists call negging. This is the old tactic of negging, which I haven't thought of that word in forever. You alive? Dump. Ah, she finally broke.
何ですか？いきなり。
Oh, I cut her off. What was that about? Are you a fool?
いや全く。何なんでしょうね。
Yeah, seriously. What's that about?
こっちが聞いてます。
That's my line. Anyway, enough with the personal grudges.
賭けはまだ有効ってことにしませんか？
Can we consider the bet still on? Oh, the one where we'd win if we survived and could ask the other for whatever we wanted.
生き残った時好きなように望めばいいんですから。
Alright, you have a good one.
そ
Thanks
れ
for
を
stopping
打ち消すよう
by.
な望みは言わないですよ。
If we survive, we can ask for whatever we want, and I'm not planning on asking for anything that would ruin it. Oh boy.
あなたは
Oh boy, Haruaki.
不思議な人です。
You are such a strange person.
多分きっと芹沢様の言う通りとても悪い方なのでしょう。
Serizawa-sama was surely right to call you a bad boy. I didn't confirm nor deny that. Oh my god.
それでもそう言っていただけて嬉しかった。それだけで私はもう十分です。
Even so, hearing that from you makes me happy enough. I am satisfied. Not good enough? Well, maybe. Adult love wasn't solid enough to play out through just jokes and improvisation. Then again, we adults could survive without needing anything fancy. It was a virtue as well as a vice.
明日生き残った時答えをください。
Please give me your answer when you survive tomorrow.
あなたは今晩狼に殺されるかもしれない。僕とメイコを守るために自ら正体を明かす賭けをしたから。
You might be killed by the wolves tonight. You took a gamble and revealed yourself to protect Meiko and I.
もしあなたが明日目覚めてこなかったら
If you don't wake up tomorrow,
僕は結局あなたにこんなことを望む資格なんてなかったと引き下がります。
it would mean that I wasn't worthy of asking you something like this. I'll back off if that happens.
春明様。
Haruaki-sama. There. I was now at a key point. This tragedy, drunk heroine, wouldn't die today. It would be the most unfortunate Kaori song. Honestly, I wasn't sure how to feel about that, but I would test it this once.
せめて最後にお慈悲をいただけないでしょうか。
At the very least, can you grant me one final gift?
ダメです。僕はそれだけを生きがいにこの夜を越えるんですから。
No. I will survive the night with that as my goal in life.
不謹慎ですが嬉しいです。
It might be imprudent of me, but it makes me happy. I was the imprudent one here. After all, I was making moves on a girl that could die tonight.
それではさようなら。
Anyway, goodbye.
待った。
Wait.
まだ何か。
Anything else? I could finally get to the main matter at hand.
野蛮としての植松里香子さんに一つ協力してほしいことがあります。
There's something I'd like to ask you, as a night watcher. Gong. It was the day after I did the prep work. I approached the plaza, met up with Yoshisuga-kun, acted surprised when I heard the bad news. Got a feigned surprise, and once again saw the remains of poor, unfortunate Kaori-san. I then listened to the brothers opening up, saw them find the letter, noticed that the fingers were placed in the same position as last time. This had to be Chiemi's idea. In this particular timeline, she didn't seem to be anything more than a bloodthirsty madwoman. I felt like she'd been the one who decided that destroying the entire body was the way to go, and Mochi didn't hesitate to agree. I'd badly underestimated just how warped that boy's personality was. Poor Mamiya-san. I knew she was an enemy, but I couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. Thus began the feast of the Yomi Purge. Yasunaga-kun presented the scenario set up by the wolves. I turned it around. Everything was about the same as last time. If I didn't change my words, things would go exactly the same way as last time. Of course they would. The people I was talking to were the exact same. Strangely enough, I also said the exact same things without relying much on memories from last time. Or maybe it wasn't that strange. After all, though I had memories of the previous loop, I was the exact same person. If I had somehow lost the memories of the final moments of the loop, I'd definitely be heading for the same ending right now. But in this case, it didn't matter if everything was the same this time. I could just go with the flow and do the same thing as last time. After all, it was already over.
そういう賭けだったんじゃないですかね。残念ながら負けですが。
That's what they were betting on, I assume. Unfortunately for them, it didn't work. Just like last time, everyone focused on Chikamochi, who had a half smile on his face.
やっぱそれ一方的じゃないかな。ハッサンやリッちゃんが本物だってのも決まってないわけだしさ。
That seems really one-sided. I mean, we have no proof that Asana and Richan are what they claim to be. And just like last time, he was bringing up arguments that had already been shot down.
それに香りママの指だってまだああやって読むのが正しいのかも。
And maybe you can actually read Mommy Kaori's fingers some other way.
もっち、
Mochi. And just like last time, Chiemi.
もういいよ。
That's enough.
苦しいよ、さすがに。
It's getting cringeworthy.
じゃあ
Then,
うん。
yeah. Yeah, this again. Let's kill them all. They went and did it. They drew the guns from their sleeves. I'd been wondering why Mochi was in his school uniform this time, and this made me realize it was to hide the gun. Ah, the barrels and grips on them both were cut really short, probably for the same purpose. One of them was aimed in our direction, while the other was aimed at Kanzo-san, who was already charging at them. Their intense change paralyzed everyone except him and Takumi-san, who would now make a move and die to the shotgun blast. However, that didn't happen this time. The guns didn't fire anything. Oh. Did they, like, fuck with the guns beforehand? Is it as simple as that? Just like, oh, we get to redo it. It's like actual Groundhog Day. I'm just going to change, take out the ammo or something. I don't know. We'll see. A moment after Chiemi's expression warped with shock, Kanzo-san punched Mochi, while Takumi-san tackled Chiemi. Her lightweight body was thrown backwards and hit the wall. Takumi-san quickly grabbed the shotgun, aimed it at the floor, and pulled the trigger to ignite the shell in the other chamber. Once again, the gun didn't fire. He frowned, then opened it up, removed the cartridges, and threw them away along with the gun. Kanzo-san handled his situation a different way. He simply pointed Mochi's gun back at its former master. So you're a wolf! The face of a wolf. His face swollen due to the punch, he was crouching down and glaring at Kanzo-san. Bring the rope! Shit. Let me go, why? Damn it! Takumi-san took advantage of her staggering and pushed her down. She couldn't move at all. Things became a bit disorderly as we tied them up, but now it was relatively calm in here. What the hell was that about? Those words weren't directed at anyone, but everyone besides me related to him. These are dummies. Kazu-san said that while looking at the shells from the shotgun he'd taken from Mochi. Everyone understood what that meant. You got the wrong ones? No way! Exactly. There was no way the cartridges she checked just yesterday were switched up in a single evening. Unless... The only one with any idea what was responsible for this paranormal phenomenon was Rikako-san. Last night, I'd asked her to catch Chiemi and have a cat fight with her. That gave me the time I needed to go into Chiemi's room and mess with her equipment. A lot of it depended on luck, and I needed a couple loops, but I somehow pulled it off. It wasn't fair in the least, but my life was at risk here, and I actually died, so I didn't really care. Everyone continued to talk about how the shells were replaced, but since I decided to stay quiet, they didn't reach a conclusion. Now, everyone was left with their harsh truth that these two were wolves, who just tried to kill everyone here. Thus, everyone began talking about how to handle them. Yasunaga-kun suggested we tie them up and lock them in somewhere. He argued that now that we knew they were the wolves, all we had to do to prevent any further murders was make them unable to move. Kanzo-san was thoroughly against that, suggesting that we instead hang them over today and tomorrow. When asked for his reasoning, he insisted that wolves had to be hanged and their argument wasn't going anywhere. Most of Kanzo-san's decisions were influenced by the legend and his own experience, so he didn't have a proper way to deal with a situation this unorthodox. Yasunaga-kun, on the other hand, was bound by conscience and emotions, making Kanzo-san's option unacceptable for him. I left me no choice but to weigh in. May I say something? Now, everyone, even Kanzo-san, lended an ear to my words. It took too long for me to get to this point. Makishima-san, you believe it's important to kill only one per day and not any more, right? Well, Yasunaga-kun just doesn't want to kill them at all.
そうですね。認めます。ただ、怪奇現象の範囲外で犯人が見つかった以上、法的な解決を目指すべきだと思うわけです。
Yes, I admit it. Now that the culprits are no longer a supernatural phenomenon, I believe we should leave their judgment to the rule of law.
彼らがやったことは許されることじゃないけど、それを僕らが裁いていいわけじゃない。これまではあくまで緊急避難。
What they did is unforgivable, but we shouldn't be the ones to punish them. We only did the previous hangings because it was an emergency and we had no other choice.
彼らが身動き取れなければ危険はないのだから、そのようにして、あとは霧が晴れるのを待つ。
Since they aren't a threat to us when bound, we can just leave them like that and wait for the mist to clear.
晴れなければ、そこで改めて再度の緊急避難が必要という判断を下せばいいんです。
And if it doesn't, we'll be left with no choice but to consider another emergency that requires drastic measures. The boy was talking sense, but...
まず、お二人とも拘束が有効という点に少々認識の問題があると思います。
First, I'm not so sure if binding them would be effective.
というと
What do you mean?
このゲームの支配者、神内明神は玄関の錠前を解除できます。
Sorry, I was drinking water. The game master here, Great Lord Shinai, can unlock our front doors.
とすれば、どんな拘束も解除できると考えるのが妥当じゃないでしょうか。
Isn't it natural to think he can undo any bindings too?
それは。
That's...
そして、今日と明日に分けてくくる場合、今夜一人分、死人が出ます。
Also, if we only hang one each day, one human would die tonight.
狼に勝ち目はありませんが、きっと殺すでしょう。
They have no chance of winning, but they'd take this kill.
そんなことはしないよ。
No, we wouldn't.
そうだね。無駄だし。
Yeah, it's pointless. They were so easy to read.
僕は、彼らは殺すと断言しますが、その根拠はね、安永君。
Yasunaga-kun, do you want to know why I'm so certain that they would kill?
はい。聞きましょう。
Yes, do tell.
彼らがとても冷酷な狼だからだ。
It's because these wolves are extremely cruel. I walked up to them.
間宮久子さんのことを思い出してください。 彼女は2日目に突然ヘビを名乗り、冷静でない様子で振る舞いましたね。
Remember Hisako Mamiya-san? She suddenly claimed to be the snake on the second day and began acting all strange.
それはきっと芹沢千恵美の指示です。
She was probably ordered to do it by Chiemi Serizawa. There was some noise in the room. Chiemi was still hanging her head.
おそらくヘビを名乗れば安全だなどと言いくるめたのでしょう。
She probably told Mamiya-san that being a snake was safe.
肝臓さんがヘビの候補もくくるべきだと発言するだろうことも承知の上でね。
Even though she knew that Kanzo-san was ready to hang anyone claiming to be the snake.
事実それでタエさんという無実の犠牲者を作ることに成功している。そうだね、チェミちゃん。
And it actually led to Tai-san, an innocent, getting hanged. You planned that, didn't you?
勝手に思ってれば。
Does it matter?
そしてその夜、間宮さんは不可解な死を遂げるわけですが、それもきっとこいつの仕業です。
Mamiya-san then died that night. That was probably her doing too.
なんで
Why would you think that?
そりゃ彼女がよそ者だからだよ。信頼できないし、いざという時裏切る可能性が高い。
Because she's an outsider. She couldn't trust her. It was possible that she'd readily betrayed her.
具体的に言えば、彼女は翌朝くくられる公算がかなり高かった。肝臓さんがそう主張していましたからね。
It was highly likely that she would have been hanged the next day. Kanzo-san was pushing for it after all.
同意のないままにおとりをやらされた間宮さんは、相当な不信感と恐怖感をこの二人に対して持っていたでしょうね。
These two tricked Mamiya-san into being a scapegoat, so she probably didn't trust them and was afraid of them.
そんな彼女ならば、くくられるに際して他の狼の正体をばらして道連れにしてもおかしくはない。
It is completely possible that she'd reveal who the other wolves were during her hanging.
そう考えたから、夜のうちに彼女を殺して口封じをしたんだ。
That's why you killed her at night. You basically silenced her.
しかしそれじゃあ一晩に一人以上殺してることになる。
But that would mean that they killed two in one night.
ならないね。彼女は汚れを受けて殺されたんだ。狼にも何らかのルールがあって、彼女はそれに違反した。
No, she was subjected to the corruption. The wolves must have rules too, and she went against them.
いや、違反させられた。この二人によって。
Or rather, was made to go against them by these two.
全部推測じゃん。
You're just guessing.
もう何でもいいよ。
Whatever.
だから否定してくれって言ってるだろ二人とも。
Please deny it, damn it.
面倒だから言うわ。うん、全部そう。春明さんすごいすごい。ヤス君は思ったより脳みそ幸せな人だったんだね。
It's a pain, so I'll just say it. Yeah, he's completely right. Wow, Haruaki-san, you're so cool. And Yasukun's even more soft-brained than I thought. Damn. Chieni.
まあ私らにもいろいろあって、最後まであがかないといけないことになってるからさ。もう質問とかやめてよ。面倒。
We had our reasons for doing what we did, and we had to keep it going until the end. So stop it with the questions, they're a pain.
ちえみてめえ。
Chiemi, you damn...
やめてください。気持ちはわかりますが、時間の無駄です。
Please stop. I understand how you feel, but that'd be a waste of time.
狼をやった人間とは、もう、分かり合うことはできないんですよ。
You can't reach an understanding with those who become wolves.
じゃがどうする？
So what are we doing with them?
というわけで、僕の提案ですが、片方は手足を切断し、片方はくくりましょう。
My suggestion is that we cut off one's limbs and hang the other one.
そうすれば今夜、拘束がなくても出歩けないでしょうから、安全そうです。
Jesus. If we do that, the one without limbs won't be able to go around even if unbound, so he'd probably be safe.
それでもう一人を明日くくれば、狼は全滅。きっと翌日には霧も晴れ。
And if we hang the one tomorrow, the wolves would be exterminated. The mist should clear by the day after and...
おい、不妻子。
Fusashi.
はい
Yes?
お前、今なんつった？
What did you just say?
ですから、拘束がなくても出歩けないし、凶器も持てないように、手足を切断するのがいいでしょうと。
I'm saying we should keep one from walking around and using weapons by cutting off their limbs. Huh? What the hell is with their reaction?
何か問題がありましたか？
Is there a problem with that?
お前本気で近持ちかちえみの手足をもぐって言ってんのか？
You seriously saying we should cut off Chikamochi's or Chiemi's limbs?
はい。それじゃあ不足ですかね。大腿部と肩で切ってしまえば、さすがに這って移動もできないかと。
Huh? Yes. Wouldn't that be enough? If we remove them at the base, they couldn't even crawl, right?
てめえ、やっぱイカれてるよ。
You really are a fucking lunatic. Huh?
それは残酷すぎますよ。
That is way too cruel. Huh?
相手が狼とはいえ、それはそこまでは。
Alright, the wolves kill with reckless abandon, and then I just suggest that we maybe take off their limbs so that they're immobile and can't really do anything to us, and I'm the weird one? Okay. I'm the cruel person? We've got confirmed killers? He's like, I don't understand. How can they look at me so weird? I suggest one rational thing, and now everyone thinks I'm the weirdo. Rikako says, I understand. They are wolves, but that is a step too far. What?
草雪さん、怖い。
Fusayuki-san, you're scary. Why?
リカコさん、狼の獅子を切断することは汚れの対象ですか？
Rikako-san, would cutting off their limbs make us targets of the corruption?
それは聞きませんが。
I have not heard of anything that implies that.
皆さん、これまでに歴史と伝統にのっとって生きてる人間を縄にかけて処刑してきましたよね。
Excuse me, but aren't you the ones who hanged a couple of people just because of history and legends?
ですが、しかし。
But we
くくって楽にしてやっておる。
put him to rest.
考察はかなり苦しみの強い残酷な処刑方法だって説もありますよ。
I've heard that hanging is actually a really painful way to go.
そうでなくても、多数決で人を処刑するなんて、やられる側からすれば、この上ない絶望と恐怖だと思いますし。
Even if it wasn't, they were being lynched because of a popular vote. That alone must have been utterly terrifying.
それに、狼はあんな残酷な殺し方をしてるのに。
The wolves murdered so cruelly, yet you're all acting like this.
皆さんは随分良識的なんですね。いや、それはいいことなのかな。人間らしさ？ああ、なるほど。
You're all pretty good-natured, aren't you? Wait, that's a good thing, isn't it? Humane? Oh, I see. They all fell silent. But even I could understand that there was something within them that made them averse to my idea.
じゃあ、四肢を骨折させましょうか。粉砕骨折させれば効果は一緒ですから。
Can we break their limbs instead? The effect would be the same, right?
あるいは明日くらいにちょうど死ぬ程度に野里先生に毒を処方してもらうとか。
Or perhaps Nosada-sensei could poison them in a way that would make them die right about tomorrow?
いい加減にしたまえ。そんな乱雑な処置で命の保証はできん。痛みのショックで死ぬこともあるぞ。
Stop it! I can't ensure that they would survive that. The shock from the pain alone might kill them.
それに医者の端くれとして毒など処方できるか。
Well, this is a predicament we've got ourselves into.
狼とは違うのだよ。
And I happen to be a doctor. I cannot poison. We're not like the wolves.
なるほど。なるほど。わかりました。ちょっといろいろ誤解してたみたいです。
I see. I understand. I seem to have misunderstood you all.
じゃあ、どうしましょうね。今日誰かが死んじゃいますね。
What now, though? I guess someone's dying today. This was such a pain. Why did they argue against my suggestion if they had none of their own?
どうしても必要なら私が すべきことをします。
If it must be done, I shall take it upon myself.
いや、わしがやる。
No, I'll do it.
じじいと女が無理してんじゃね
Don't push yourselves.
え。僕らはそんなことしちゃいけない。
We mustn't do that.
あ、やめろ。まだ考える時間はある。
Stop it, you all. We can still think this through.
わかった。もういい。
It's fine. That's enough.
私、今から死ぬからさ。その前に、モッチくくれば。
I'll die myself. Can you hang Mochi first?
それで誰も、汚れはなしでしょ。
No one should get the corruption then.
わお、最後まで冴えてんね。
Wow, clear-headed until the end, huh?
え、今度は何を企んでるの？
Huh? What are you planning now?
手足をもがれるのは嫌だよ。
I don't want to get my limbs cut off. Even wolves are afraid of some things, huh? Oh,
そんじゃま、
okay.
あっちでハルちゃんには謝っとくよ。
So strange. I was about to suggest, hey, why don't we pit the two against each other and just be like, hey, one of you wolves has to kill the other wolf right now, and then we'll hang the one who doesn't. I don't know if one of them would be compelled to be like, yeah, I don't want to die by the hand of another wolf, and nah, it's whatever. Alright, I think this feels like Chimi's got something planned, though, doesn't it? And she's like, hang Chikamochi first. There's some master plan maybe going on, I don't know. Alright, I'll apologize to Haru-chan when I get to her.
お前はハルちゃんと同じところには行けないよ。
You're not going to the same place as her. Well, there you go. Fuck you, Chikamochi. You're going to hell.
どっかな、りっちゃん。
Hmm? I'm not? Ri-chan?
くくった方は救われる。狼に殺されれば救われない。
The hanged are saved. The ones killed by wolves are not.
逆にする？もっち。
Wanna switch?
どっちでもいいよ。
I don't care enough.
いい。どうせ死んだら終わりだ。
It's fine. Regardless of the way, it'll be over once you die.
それなら僕がお前を殺す。
So I'll take it upon myself to kill you.
どうしてこんな。
Why did this have to happen?
どうしても？
Just because?
なんだよそれ。
What's that supposed to mean?
よくはわかんないんだけどね。
I don't really get it.
なんとなくどうしようもなかった気がするんだよね。
But I felt like we had no choice. Yasunaga Uribe punched Chikamochi Kamoshida.
ごめんね、やっすん。
Sorry, Yasun.
それだけは本当だ。
I really am.
ごめんね。
Sorry.
落ちなかれ。
Rise not. Ha ha. Yasunaga-kun pushed him forward. A moment later, the rope went taut. It shook for a moment, then slowly swayed back and forth, and finally stopped completely. Yasunaga-kun cut the rope. From the mists below, I heard the sound of something soft collapsing, then hitting the shallow water below.
次だ。ちえみ。
You're next, Chiemi.
はいはい。
Alrighty.
これでは間接的に我々が殺しているようなものではないかね。
Isn't this the same as directly killing her?
さあ、新内さんとやらが判断するんじゃないですか。
Who knows? Shinai-san or whatever will be the judge of that, right?
お前、そうやってそのまま死ぬつもりか、ちえみ。一言も謝りもしねえでよ。
You're gonna die just like that? Without even saying sorry or anything?
うん。だってそういうやつだし、私。
Yeah, that's the kind of girl I am, right?
みんな知ってたでしょ？私が上藤吉の悪ガキどもを殺しかけた時にそういう人間だってさ。
I mean, you knew that from the time I almost killed the brats in Kami Fujiyoshi, didn't you?
まあ、その後できるだけ良い子のふりしてたけどさ。まんまと騙されて。お疲れ？
Well, I went on to act like a good girl after that. Fooled you good, didn't I? How's it feel?
モッチーはああいう性格なのを私が操縦していろいろやってもらった感があるし、 怒んないであげて。
I knew what kind of guy Mochi was and kind of used it to control him. Don't get mad at him, okay?
私が全部悪いで問題ないよ。
It's all my fault.
だから好きに憎んで、みんな。
It's all my fault. Hate me all you want. Looking backwards, she stepped up to the cliff.
リカコさんおめでとう。障害を乗り越えて無事なんとかなりそうじゃん。
Congrats, Rikako-san. The obstacle's out of the way and it looks like it'll all work out, doesn't it?
読み意味の宴はそういうものではありません。
That is not what the Feast of the Yomi Purge is about.
山と共に生きる我らが追った業未来永劫背負い供養し続ける。
We, who live with the mountain, have been given a burden, and we must bear and pay respects for it for all eternity, or to it for all eternity.
私はその業を引き取るだけ。
I am here to simply take in that burden.
じゃあまた生まれ変わったら今度こそ殺しに行くから。
Then, if I'm born again, I'll come kill you directly this time.
雲の末裔だかなんだか知らないけど、ご大層な教えを語り継ぐための子孫でも作って待ってれば。
You're the last of the spiders, aren't you? Go have some descendants, teach them whatever grand nonsense they taught you, and wait for me to come get you.
そのように悪ぶらずとも。
There is no need to be like that.
うるさいな、今から殺すぞ。
Shut up. I'll kill you now.
嘘嘘。じゃあね。
Joking. See you.
ちえみ、
Jimmy.
何？
What?
神様って何？
What is God? Her pupils instantly shrunk.
やっぱり
I knew it.
やっぱり一番怖いのはあなただよ、春明さん。
You really are the scariest thing here, Haruaki-san.
よかった。ありがとう。みんなありがとう。自殺させてくれて。
Ha ha ha. Ah, ha, ha, ha. I'm so glad. Thank you. Thank you all so much for letting me kill myself. She took 3 steps back.
手足もがれるかもって思った時、本当心底怖かったよ。本当に怖かったよ。
You have no idea how scared I was when I thought my limbs were gonna get cut off. Seriously.
春明さん、
Haruaki-san?
一緒に狼だったらよかったのに。
If only we were wolves together.
僕はごめんだよ。
I don't want that. Laugh, 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 laugh.
またね。
See ya! She turned around and ran, as fast as possible, into the mist, and jumped. Rise not.
帰ってますね。
I'm going. I alone turned around. Huh?
まだお前
But you still haven't... I didn't want to hear it. She'd probably fallen into a world different from ours, and I got the impression I wouldn't hear a sound. I didn't want to listen to the echoing sounds. We then went on to clean up Kaori-san's body. After spacing out a bit, we all cut up some veggies and ate them uncooked. It was hard to make a fire in the mist, and as people of Fujiyoshi, no one felt like using fires other than the one in the watering hole, and everyone was averse to using the dining hall. Thus, everyone went to sleep. No. For the first time since the feast began, none of us could sleep. Morning came without us getting any rest. And the mist was gone. Hey! And game over! Credits roll! Dun 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 ba bum ba da ba. You win! Ba da ba ba. Everyone's happy. Bum bum ba da. No one had died, of course. Everything was as the legend said. God, I don't remember how green this place used to be. We've been so we've been stuck in like the mist forever that now seeing all the lush green, I'm like, whoa! With the Yomatsu Okami gone, peace came back to the human village. However, it was hard to celebrate it. Now, yeah, this is interesting because does he force another loop somehow and be like, this wasn't a good enough outcome for me? And like, Does he have, like, lingering regrets that Chiemi died? Does he go, like, no, I want to keep Chiemi around? Do I want to keep more of these, like, we're listing people here that I'm about to read, but, like, is there a way to save literally everyone? Is he going for, like, a perfect game? Is just outing the wolves going to be enough for him? Maybe not. Yudai Hashimoto, Tai Yamawaki, Hisako Mamiya, Haru Makishima, the old man who cried wolf, Kaori Oribe, Chikamochi Kamashita, and Chiemi Serizawa. A whole 8 people died. Even if 2 of them were outsiders, the settlement had suffered great losses. Everyone had an aversion to using fire to dispose of any remaining objects that carried signs of murder, so it was decided that they would be buried. The tatami, the floorboards, the futon, all of it. We also ended up making new gravestones for those we had lost. Rakako-san had told us that the graveyard near the hanging pine was full of the feast's victims, so there was nothing under the stones.
それじゃあ、今はお亡くなりに?
So, has he passed away or something?
はい。大往生でした。
Yes, it was a peaceful death. Those who died normally would be burned at the crematorium in Kamifujiyoshi, run by the Higuchi, then buried here. Those who didn't would be thrown into Saranaga and simply vanish. Making sure no one saw me, went down to Saranaga. There was nothing. No corpses or belongings. Just like last time, Saranaga was just a thin, shallow stream. However, I did find one thing. It was a pendant with the Yomotsu Okami symbol on it. What was this? Was someone wearing it? What did it mean for someone in Fujiyoshi to wear something like this? At this point, I didn't feel like investigating it anymore. Was that strange? No. I felt that was just how things were. Days passed for us working on this and that. We somehow survived thanks to the food from the fields, and right as we were finishing up our work, help finally arrived. Kamifujiyoshi sent some people to remove the landslide blocking the road, and now they'd finally made it.
大丈夫でしたか皆さん
Are you all well? Yeah, we're peachy keen. Alright? It'd been a while since I saw Shoji Higuchi. He looked as friendly as always.
庄司どうして今まで
Shoji, what took you so long?
我々としても作業は進めたかったんだがどうにも不可解な事故が多発してね霧が晴れてからようやく進めたのさ
We wanted to work faster, but we had some unexplainable accidents while trying. We were only able to make progress after the mist cleared.
それで皆さんご無事で
So, is everyone alright? No one answered. Higuchi began looking sympathetic and started giving some orders to his people. Eventually, we were brought to Kamifujiyoshi and were made to spend a few days like refugees in some community center. Apparently, this was temporary. The village head said they needed time to clean up Yasumisu after the disaster. I really appreciated the 3 daily meals they gave us from the nearby watering hole, and sleeping in a place without any mist at all was pleasant. The food was strangely fancy, and the people bringing it seemed somewhat humble. They'd always looked down on the people Yasumisu, but now that we'd stopped the Yomi invasion, they actually revered us. That was just a guess, though, and I was still locked up in here with nothing to do. One day, I actually got to see the officer. It actually felt kind of nostalgic at this point.
おお生きとったか何よりだこれお前のだろ邪魔くさいからとっとと引き取らんか
Oh, you're alive. That's great. This is yours, right? It's no use to us, so take it back already. My bike. The weeks of exposure to the elements had left it looking really shabby. I had nothing better to do, so I decided to clean it.
そろそろ復旧も終わりますから皆さん休みずに戻っていただけます
We are almost done restoring Yasumisu, so you'll be able to return soon.
夫妻子さんもそれで気分転換に遠出でもされたらいかがです
Fusashi-san, why not drive far away for a change of pace? I actually wanted to return to Yasumisu, though. What is this music? When I told Takumi-san that I'd take Meiko to the police once everything was settled and then return, he told me that I didn't have to. Rakako-san said she'd help him work the fields, and he'd appreciated it. Kanzo-san fixed his rifle and began hunting again. Yasunaga-kun resumed going to school. Yoshisuga-kun moved to the dorm and said he'd start going to school again too, joining his brother. Kinosuke would, as planned, become a part-time doctor at Kamefuji Yoshi's clinic. When Kanzo-san returned from our shelter, Kinosuke actually looked after him like a proper doctor, which was some impressive character development. Okay, I had to reread that in my head. Anyway, since it all seemed to be fine here, Takumi-san told me that I didn't have to return. Don't make me return. Well, can't say I don't have stuff for you to do. But you have a place to return to, right? Really wouldn't blame you if you didn't come back. But keep in mind that you have a woman waiting for you here. And honestly, I'm not sure I want to do nothing but farm with her. Wait, let me see that line again. Let me see that. And honestly, I'm not sure I want to do nothing but farm with her. Okay, thanks for telling me that, Muro. I'll be right back after I'm done with some business. I did consider returning to the life I had, but I figured I should stay here instead. That would be a tough decision for me to make. I don't know. I could see the positives and negatives of being like, okay, I've had it with this place, and also this place was bad, and I gotta leave and live a normal life and get me out of here before something like this happens again, because a feast thing could happen again, right? Maybe much more down the line, but I don't want to be a participant in that. But also, he's like, oh man, it's simple here. My past life, I was in a relationship that ended. Bad blood there. Rikako is here. Maybe he's like, that's a good enough reason to stay. I don't know. I did consider returning to life I had, but I figured I should stay here instead. Also, I gotta say, and I know this is just an opinion, or, you know, this could be subjective, but like, if I was in his shoes, like literally like transport me into him, a big reason to stay or whatever would be based on like who's still left in the village. And I gotta say, all the cool people died. Chiemi, Mochi, hell, old guy who cries wolf, Mamiya, the big reporter guy. I know they were outsiders and they probably wouldn't be staying here, but still, like, Haru, even, I'd say the cooler people died or left, and then you're left with a bunch of bums. Nasato, Kinosuke guy, this guy, Kanzo, bleh. You don't even get Kaori, she's gone. Truly the bums of the village, and I don't mean bums as in like they don't work, but bums as in socially, right? It's not a fun party of people left, in my opinion. The two brothers. Psh. Psh. To that I make that sound effect. Psh. Well, I guess I'll see you then. Your turn. She was hiding behind that tree. With her pale skin turning rosy, she meekly walked up to me. Meiko, stay in good health. Hey, what about me? One-chan, you're supposed to talk to Fusayuki-san. I'm saying that correctly, sure. Even she understood it. How precocious of her. Haruaki-sama, please, stay in good health. I'd assume that the fact she wasn't treating this like our final meeting was a step forward, but no, I wouldn't let it fly. I hadn't survived just to say goodbye to you. Oh, please.
そんな薄っぺらな言葉じゃ許せないな。
This guy. Those words aren't enough for me. We gotta embrace right here, right now, in front of everyone. In front of all these trees. We gotta make out. We gotta solidify a relationship. Chiemi's spirit be damned.
たまには遊びに来てください。
Please, come visit every now and then. She sure was persistent.
そういうのを往生際が悪いって言うんですよ、リカコさん。
You're being a sore loser right now, Rikako-san.
名前だって呼び合えるようになったんです。
We're close enough to call each other by name.
もう一歩、素直になってくれたら、
If you take just one more step forward,
僕はとても嬉しくなって、一つ大きな決断をできそうだ。
I might decide to do something big. Big. There were a lot of things I wanted to give to her and take from her. Oh, what do you mean? What do you mean by what do you mean by those words? What? Why has he gotta be so fucking weird sometimes with his inner monologue? All right, let me try to say this with a straight face. Yeah, we're having a touching moment here. There were a lot of things I wanted to give to her and take from her. Blech. I was sure I'd find happiness if we made proper exchanges. After all, that was the sole light I'd ever seen in that dreadful mist. I wouldn't give up on it no matter what.
春明様。
Jesus. Okay. Haruaki-sama.
なんでしょ
Yes?
寂しいですから。
Because I would be lonely. Yes, you'd been lonely your whole life.
好きですから。
Because I love you. Yes, you weren't even allowed to love anyone.
五章ですから。
And because this is all new to me. Yes, for the first time ever you sought your own happiness.
戻ってきてください。
Please come back to me. I couldn't control myself. Oh my god, a horn dog. Whoa, showing off, huh? Kissie! I let her go, and she looked up at me with angry eyes. She'd become a lot more expressive, and I found it nothing if not lovable. I would live out the rest of my life with her. This journey brought me to something unexpected and led to a really happy ending.
約束します。
I promise.
全部、向こうのことは片付けて、今度こそ、ここに戻ってきます。
Once I deal with everything outside, I'll come back here.
はい。
Please do.
その時は、僕が大事なことを言う番だ。
Then it'll be my turn to say something. I understand.
信じて待っております。
I shall believe and wait for you. Borrowing the Higuchi's help, I got everything I needed, secured Meiko behind me with a children's belt, and left Fujiyoshi. Upon arriving at the closest city, I presented her as a lost child. They asked me questions, of course. I admitted some things, but didn't lie at all. They thought I seemed shady, but I was able to prove my identity and they let me off.
バイバイ、ふさゆきさん。
Bye bye, Why am I having trouble saying this? Fusayuki-san? I don't know why I'm stumbling on that now. She waved, all smiles. She still couldn't get my name right. This reminded me that nothing that happened in Yasumizu had drawn police attention. I had no idea who done or didn't do what to make it turn out like that, but I didn't care anymore. It was just the way it was. What was up with the looping business anyway? Yeah, what was up with that looping? That's so weird. Was killing the wolves conditioned for ending the loop? If that was the case, then it was caused by something that wanted the wolves to lose no matter what. No other explanation fit. Who would that be, though? Great Lord Shinai? That fit the story, but it often seemed like he didn't have a horse in this race. Also, if his only way to help the humans was to give out the Guardians and send me, then he was a seriously bothersome god. Would I go back in time if I died now? I didn't even care to try, not to mention that situations in which you could die, easily die were the abnormal ones. Also, I'd actually left the village this time. That made the current situation different than any so far, and it was best to assume I wouldn't loop again. Yeah, you can't test that at this point. Way too risky. That was probably just the way it was. I stayed in that city for a while and contacted certain people, telling them that I would now be a farmer in a remote village. That got me in some serious trouble, but Yasumisu got no service anyway, so it wasn't like they could do anything about it. Yeah, what are you gonna do? Come and get me? Find me? Psh. I cut ties with my previous life in 3 days, then entered a jeweler's store and bought the ring with the nicest design. Damn, he's going full force. It had a gem as red as her eyes, covered in gems as clear as her hair. It wasn't particularly expensive, but I felt it suited her better than any of the others. I'm telling you, the ghost or spirit of Chiemi is gonna come and haunt this guy. She's gonna find a way to just ruin his life as a ghost. Then, just as I promised, I returned to Fujiyoshi. I went to the officer, talked to Higuchi-san, passed the mountain path, arrived at Yasumisu, and saw something I couldn't believe. No fucking way. No, I shouldn't have left at all. Redo the loop, let's go. Why? Why was everyone dead? Ah, shit. Why was Yasunaga Uribe dead? He survived after saying goodbye to his best friend and the girl that was like a sister to him, hadn't he? Why was Yoshitsugu Uribe dead? He made it through his mother's death, found common ground with his brother, and had his whole life ahead of him, didn't he? Why was Kanzo Makishima dead? He lost his granddaughter, protected Yasumisu, and was about to live out his twilight years in peace, wasn't he? This is very funny how this is set up. Why was Takumi Muro dead? Likeable guy had discarded his inner discord, believed in himself, and helped bring us to victory, hadn't he? Why were all their heads split open? It was supposed to be over. We'd ended it all. That was how it was supposed to be, right? I begged. Hoped that someone was still alive. If no one was, what would have been the point of those sacrifices? Okay, I'm gonna try. He was like, Found one. A survivor. He was covered in blood, and held an axe covered in blood and gray matter. What the hell? The wolves are coming! Wait, what happened? What's going on here? What's going on? I then went on to murder him. Why is that? It's just so bluntly like, and then I went on to fucking murder him. It's so funny how quick, how that's written so matter-of-factly. After all, on one of the support beams, in the hall I found him in. What the fuck? Was her body hanging helplessly. What the fuck is going on? Also, this art looks very funny to me. I know it's I know it's a perspective thing. I've seen, there's been a lot of art, like, CGs in this game. Like, the one I talked about, like, a stream or two ago, where it was like our main guy and, Rikako, like, embracing, and she looked, like, really young or something, like, like, the way he's looking up at that, I know it's a forced down perspective thing, but it looks like he's, like, just a really tiny body, like, looking up. And I know I shouldn't be laughing. This is a very, I mean, look at this scene, but damn, does this look funny for some reason? I love it. What the hell? What was all this? Also, his shoes are on the tatami mat. That's bad. What was all this? Why had I thought that I had it all in the bag? Everything was dead. Everything was lost, and I hadn't reached an end yet. He shouldn't have left. Is that what he's gonna learn from this? Oh. sun's guardians are. The outside was shrouded in mist.
日がちふましらみガラスよ雲
One snake, two monkey, three crow, four spider. As though led by something.
湯切り立てば宴の支度
Five, prepare for the feast when the evening mist arrives. I passed the empty plaza.
いついつ無事なもなれもて走る
Six, the badger runs along, laid with nary six. Went down the barren hill.
あやしよみびとけならへり
Seven, the corrupt Yomi Bito rise to oppose the mountain. I too would be going insane if I came back after seemingly my happy life. Also, imagine if he didn't come back. He would be none the wiser. Imagine if he was like, I'm going back to my old life. He wouldn't know all this happened. He'd be fine, right? Ignorance is bliss type moment.
嬉しい。私に会いに来てくれた？
Did you come to see me? I'm so happy. Huh? 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 Gotta go into my lower register here. A death of the damned, Yomi Bito is the mandate.
逃げられると思うたか。落ちよ。落ちて。落ちて。また落ち直せ。
Did you believe you could escape? Fall? Rise? Rise again and again?
くくれやひとひにひとり
9, 1 soul per day, now to bind.
切りたた
10, the mist rise away. Again. As I threw myself into Saranaga's mists.
ダメ。春秋様。
No, Haruaki-sama! I felt like I could hear her voice. Akako-san. I couldn't fulfill my promise. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Please don't cry for me. I couldn't make you happy. I couldn't do anything to help you feel normal happiness. I couldn't dispel the darkness of Fujiyoshi. And I couldn't even get close to the core of the mystery surrounding it. How? What could I have done here? I needed a new path. I had to find one that could lead me to the truth. Yeah! Yeah! I think this is our second credits roll, so I think we officially finished like what I at least considered like two loops. Two crazy loops. Now what the fuck though? But what the fuck? What the actual fuck? I can't wait to go have another conversation with my favorite second favorite character, Corner Store Girl, who absolutely has no time for my bullshit. So what does he do? So we did the first loop. Clearly he was like, all right, in my second official loop, I'm going to become not an outsider because I need to directly impact the game. Prepare yourself for the next feast. So what does he do in this one? What's the big takeaway, right? Because, I mean, it seems too easy to just say, well, don't leave, right? Don't leave at that end, right? Like, you know what I mean? Leijing Lubu. Paradisical Babylon. Come again? There we go. The key we need. A key we need, I guess that's a kiwi. A kiwi. A kiwi! Obtain key 16, raising loop. Not a raging loop, but a raising loop. Raisin brand. I'm like just playing word association. So key 16. Where do we want to think key 16 goes, huh? That will determine ending number 2. Let's just take a look at her 16 key, huh? Raising loop. Raging loop. By determining the wolves and preventing the fatal rampage, the humans safely achieved victory. The mist cleared and the feast ended. All that was left for me to propose to the woman who loved me, or so I thought. Everything returned to ash. Yasumisu was engulfed in mist again, and it seems I looped. The basic problem remains unsolved. I must solve all the mysteries, but how? I don't know if there will be more logic to it, but I do think either ultimately or in this next loop, because who knows how many fucking actual official loops we get here. But I do think there's something where he's got to like balance out the extremes of Rikako and Chiemi, and then we as a threesome, not in a weird way, but us as a threesome solve the mystery together somehow. That seems like, especially with how these first 2 loops have been, and we're so heavily on Chiemi's side in the first, so heavily on Rikako's side in the second, and they seem to be like catty towards each other, both in the superficial way of like them vying for my attention, but also just personalities. They're obviously different personalities, like different sides. One's a lot more passive, one's a lot more direct and, you know, aggressive, for lack of a better term. I think narratively to me, thematically, it makes sense if it's like, all right, our guy is like, I got to balance these people out. They both have strengths that I could use to solve the problem. That's my guess. Ultimately, I don't know if that's going to end up and manifest in this third loop, or that's going to be like a more late game, end game kind of thing. But that just feels so on topic and on theme for what we've seen so far in these 2 loops. These crazy, crazy loops. Fruit loops, you could even say. So we should see ending number 2. Watch hint corner. No. It's only just a dream. I was thinking about her, thinking about me, thinking about us, and what we're gonna be. Isn't that how that song goes? It was only just a dream. All right, where do we think? Show me that chart. We got to find 16. You would think it's gonna be early, but it might still be like. What if it's not an official, like way back? What if it is just? I'll start soon and head backwards, right? You would think it would be really early, but I'm going to just play safe here. I'm looking for a 16. I see 6, 5, and 6. Wait, what was? Oh, 5 and 6 is just that. Never mind. Got excited for a second. Thought I had missed something crucial. 16. 16. Decide arrangements, room assignments, first job. So it is in the second loop. So it's not as far back as what we had to do. So I'm sorry, corner store girl head such as myself. I do not think we're going to be able to see her again. We might be too in it. We're too into it at this point. We're not going far back enough. I mean, this is not, I mean, this is clear. This is a branch off of the second loop. Decide arrangements. I vaguely recall this, but also, like, this is first job. There's part of me that, like, wants to go, like, here, just so I can see, like, a little bit of setup to it. I'm going to just, I don't think this is going to be the case. I would be very surprised if this game does it, but I'm just going to look for another 16 key just in case there's like another branching path that just takes the 16 key, or if there's one that takes 16 and something else. I think it's just of interest, right? Because I know we get thrown around a lot of numbers and things. This needs 3, 8, 19, 20. And just 20. I love looking at flowcharts. Okay, that's basically nothing. And there. Okay, perfect. So 16. Something about room charts. I'm trying to, before I click in, I'm thinking this is clearly all set. We get our first job, so we're ingratiated into society, into this village where I'm not an outsider, and then decide arrangements. Because obviously this would have been a choice. What was the point? Was it like, is this where we decided where the reporter and the photographer were gonna stay for the night? Was that this point? That might be this point. Now that I'm recalling, and position-wise, this would be, and I kind of remember the choice where it was like, hey, because we had to clean up like one of the shacks or something. And if this is like deciding, because didn't the initial photography guy die because he went out to take a shit because there was no bathroom in his place or something? Am I remembering this correctly? This was now like a few streams ago. I think this is the case. I think this, before I click in, I'm locking in. I think this was, I'm going to imagine that this was deciding where to put the reporter and the photographer. I think. I don't know. I'm going to take a quick BRB because I've been reading now for 2 hours straight. I'm going to get some water. I'm going to go to the restroom, probably stretch my legs, and maybe like take like a quick, like, and I mean relatively quick, like snack bite, because I'm very hungry for some reason, but I want to wait, obviously, to eat a bigger meal later. So I'm going to do a quick BRB. I'm going to sit on here. I'm going to rack my brain while I'm doing that to see if I can come up with some other thing, because obviously we're going to see exactly what this is, but I'm locking in. My final thing was, if I'm testing my brain, I think this is deciding or something to do with the reporter and the photographer and where they will be staying, and what ultimately leads the photographer to die because for some reason he doesn't want to just shit in his little corner of his thing or whatever. I don't know. I'll be back. I'm going to throw up a BRB. It shouldn't take too long. Just give me a handful of minutes and then we'll continue reading. Be right back. Okay. Back. I want to make sure all the food was cleared out of my teeth before I was making like mouth noises on stream. Okay. Yeah. The only thing I can think of is I'm pretty sure this is where we decided who, the two outsiders, and I say outsiders in quotes, stay. So, but the one thing I've thought about, I think prior to me taking that BRB, I was like, oh, we're going to figure out a way to have them both participate in the game. But then I thought about it, and I was like, what if it means that instead of having Mamiya, that we just have the photographer guy whose name escapes me at the moment instead? Like, you know what I mean? What if this is purely just going to be we don't have Mamiya, we have photographer, and see what changes then? Because if we can only change who stays where, could the same thing happen to Mamiya where she's like, oh, I gotta take a shit, I gotta leave my place, and then she gets punished, dies? Or are we going to be able to see both in the game? That is what I wonder. That is the question.
興味深いわね。思いっきり浸透的な発想だけど、どういう由来で使ったのかしら。
Oh, also, I'd borrowed the place from Uematsu-san. I don't have the right to let just anyone use it. So enter. Oh, so it's not. So our option, because we don't get to see what the option is until we get the key, right? So is this, I take the prefab that doesn't have the bathroom since I know better to like do something bad? Is that what this is saying? So then you would assume that we're going to have both of them play the game. Don't worry, I can sleep anywhere and you're going to live here, aren't you? You should get used to your new home as quickly as possible. Yeah, I'd assume that we're probably going to get both of them in the game then. I'm going to enter the prefab myself. I get the shitty place. All possibilities. Reached darkness. Hello, darkness, my old friend. That's me starting another loop, a raging loop. Hello, darkness, my old friend. This was it. If I let Hashimoto-san take the prefab, his death would be unavoidable. By keeping him alive, I should be able to create a different timeline. This picture. Simply surviving wasn't enough. The key to the whole mystery is this man. I can't wait. Get him on my team. We need a new guy off the bench. It's so sad. We've gotten 2 loops and we don't get to really explore this guy. Maybe he's so good. Maybe he'll be the best. That meant I had to try all possible options. I had to reveal all the things I was ignorant or afraid of. For all I knew, I might have been overlooking some minor yet important details. But first, I wanted to try more impactful changes. Letting Hashimoto-san survive would have to greatly affect the timeline. That already happened once with Mamiya-san's survival. It even changed the Guardians people received. I could still remember the last loop. I'd become the snake, took out the wolves, and decided to live alongside the survivors, most importantly Rikako-san. Those sentiments had earned an unreasonably cruel conclusion. I could still remember the sadness and despair, but I couldn't really understand it. Why had I forgotten my fear of the unknown? Why had it been so easy for me to decide to move to Yasumizu and live alongside Rikako Uematsu-san? Was I that kind of person? I didn't know why, but it definitely seemed like I wasn't really myself back then. I'd felt like I'd become a part of something greater, not just an individual. The gears all snapped into place and brought forth that tragic ending. These feelings and guesses coming to my head left me without a clue as to where to go from here. The part of me did feel like fate or something divine existed and that I couldn't escape its control no matter what. But my knowledge, discretion, perception, and intuition went to deny that line of thinking. There was no absolute fate. If there was something like that, it was either someone's elaborate plot or just a product of my imagination that seemed like it. I wasn't being a conspiracy theorist here, or a nihilist for that matter. However, I wanted to reject lines of thinking that stifled my ability to come up with ideas. If I could think creatively, I might be able to find gaps in these seemingly impenetrable bars jailing me here.
おさいし君どうかした
Usaishi-kun, is anything wrong?
気にしないでください。
No, nothing.
僕は今後ずっとあそこに住むんですから、橋本さんはこの一晩だけでも楽に過ごすべきです。
But since I'm going to stay there every day from now on, I think you should at least have it for one night.
しかし
But
藤吉村にはマロードを丁重にもてなす文化があるそうですから。
I heard that Fujiyoshi has a culture of giving guests a warm welcome.
その一員となる僕もそうすべきだと思うんです。
If I'm to become a part of it, I think I should do the same.
まれびと信仰確かにロケーション的にはしっくりくるけど、ここの現状を見るとピンとこないな。
Traveler reverence. That fits the general location, but not the state of the village itself.
それってあの樋口さんから聞いたの？
Did you hear from Higuchi-san? Ah, crap. That was info Rikako-san had given me last loop.
まあよくしてもらいましたよ。こうして家まで手配してくれて。
Well, I've been treated nicely. They even gave me a place to stay.
久石君人がいいのね。
You're a generous person, aren't you?
え？
Huh? Nope, not at all.
ご好意はいただいたらどうです橋本さん。
Why not accept his kindness, Hashimoto-san?
じゃあいただこうかな
I guess I will. All good. After parting ways with them, I went to Kaori-san and had her help me get a shabby blanket, some newspapers, and a water bucket. There was only one bucket they could let me use, and it was in a pretty bad state, showing once again just how dire Yasumi's supply problem was. The newspapers weren't the daily news, but some old ones brought from Kami Fujiyoshi as material supplies. I spread them out on the floor and placed a blanket on them. That was my sleeping spot already. Rough. I also bought a portable toilet at the convenience store. Now, if nature called during the night, I wouldn't be faced with the difficult choice to either die or piss myself. True. Man, I hate when I have to make that choice in life. After finishing up the preparations, I, just like last time, returned to the dining hall. I was given some shishinare again and somehow ate it all.
あら、平気そうね。お口にあったかしら。
Oh, you ate it all. Was it to your liking?
案外いけますね。
It's not bad, actually. That was a bit of a lie. I just came prepared for it because of my experience from last time. I still wasn't used to it enough to declare it good. Just what kind of booze would go with this? Then, like last time, I went on to fix plates. Last time I had learned the symbols of the Higuchi, the Uematsu, and when I'd gotten the snake, the Miguruma symbol, even if it wasn't too clear. The Nosato mansion had theirs on the gate, so now I knew them all. This info could possibly lead me to the truth, so I had to remember it. Some time passed, and like last time, the students came back.
ただいま。あれ？
We're back. Huh? The bright yet tender Yasunaga Uribe. His tenderness was mostly toward his family, though. It was a very human trait, which was a good thing. I felt bad for him for getting caught up in something like this. Whether he was an ally or enemy in the feast would greatly affect how it went. I didn't want him as an opponent, that much was certain.
見知らぬやつ。
I don't know this guy. The free-spirited and slightly amoral Chikamochi Kamoshida, he had left quite an impression on me. As a wolf, he was a threatening individual who would do some horrible things with a straight face. But what would he be like this time? And then there was her, Haru Makishima. Last time she'd been brutally murdered, while the time before that, she sided with the wolves as a badger. She wasn't much of a contributor to the feast. I considered her to be a troublemaker rather than anything else. But
そうか。落ちてきたか。己、幾度かやり直しておるな。
I see. So you rose. You have tried again several times, have you not?
はるちゃんは夜中寂しがって一人で抜け出したんだ。お泊まり学校。それで山道を抜けて。
Haru-chan was so lonely at night that she left the school we were staying at all by herself. Then she went through the mountain path and...
わからない。大人は安水の手前で見つけたって言ってたけど、みんな安水で何か見たんじゃないかって噂して。
I don't know. The adults said they found her in front of Yasumisu, and there were rumors she saw something there.
そのせいかわかんないけど、それでしばらくはるちゃんおかしくなっちゃって、みんな狼つきとか噂して。
I don't know if that's the reason why, but she started acting weird afterwards. People said she was possessed by a wolf. She was the closest person in the mystery surrounding Yasumisu. She lost her parents at the previous feast, disappeared once, then started talking strangely.
偉大なる神を下ろすのは相応の儀礼にのっとるべきで、簡単に勝手に取りつかれるようなものではないと。
To summon a god of that caliber, you must prepare an appropriate ritual. Possession by wolf is not something that can happen so easily. The village heads insisted that this wasn't any sort of possession, but a mental illness. However, the fact that it was treated using Uematsu's special ability to take in such things made it seem entirely possible that the trouble surrounding her was of divine origin. But there was something I didn't really understand. I didn't know how, but last time Rikako-san healed me of aconite poisoning. I knew it with my own body that this ability was more than just a religious rite and had an actual physical effect. That didn't necessarily mean that it would work on mental illnesses too. Honestly, there are too many things that didn't make sense here.
その汚れは私にも引き取れない。
This is a corruption not even I can take in. I didn't know the rules. Kind of freaked me out, but for now, I had no choice but to set Rikako-san's issues aside. What mattered now was Haru-chan. Wait a second. I just had a thought now, that, especially now that it's bringing up Haru. Is this... I could... Is this gonna be a thing? Instead of getting close to... Oh man, I fear the worst. But maybe I'm fearing... My fear is irrational. Maybe... In the first loop, we mostly partner with Chiemi. In the second loop, Rikako. Is this where he gets like really close with Haru? Maybe it's not in a weird way. Maybe, but maybe this would make sense. I mean, it seems like just based off this sentence and him talking about how like she has many mysteries around her. A Haru-focused like branch. I mean, I'd be down. I think Haru is an interesting character. And she obviously has something going on with her. Alright, you know what? I'm not gonna freak out until we see something weird, yeah? That's the rule. What mattered now was Haru-chan. She had parental issues, a strange relationship with her granddad. All in all, granddad! All in all, she was a delicate young girl going through a complicated time in her life, and I didn't quite know how to deal with her. Fooling around with her didn't work, and Casanova-type characters seemed to scare her. No. I try not to do much and appear harmless. Maybe that would work.
おかえりあなたたち。こちら急遽休みずに移り住むことになった夫妻さんよ。
Welcome back. This is Fusashi-san. He suddenly moved here to Yasumisu.
どうも。
Hello. I bowed with an empty expression on my face.
兄ちゃん、アンドロイドだ。
Nii-chan, it's an android. I had to do my best not to fall over at that.
え、なんで？
Huh? Why?
だってなんか人間じゃないみたい。
I mean, he's not acting human.
おお、はるちゃんが僕より失礼だ。
Oh, Haru-chan's being even more rude than me.
すみません。こないだ見た SF 映画にハマったみたいで。
I'm sorry. She watched a sci-fi movie recently.
一応人間です。
I'm human, just so you know.
どうも、牧島春です。
Hello. I'm Haru Makishima. She wasn't as wary of me as last time, at least. I still had no idea how to approach her.
どっかで会いました？
Have we met?
いえ、この辺りに来たの初めてですから。
Huh? No, this is my first time here.
ですよね。
I thought so. Did she have memories of my seducing? No, of the previous loop, I mean? What? What? Kaori-san, do you have a hand towel? Something similar had happened last time, too. It wasn't impossible that someone else had memories of the previous times. Particularly this girl, considering her mind held traces of madness.
Nani?
What? Crap. I stared at her for too long. I had to talk it off.
いえ、僕も何か引っかかるものが。関東に出たことは？
Well, I actually feel like you're familiar, too. Ever been to Kanto?
ないです。
No?
そうか。じゃあきっと何か縁があったんでしょう。
I see. Then this must be something special.
どうしたの？真っ赤だよ。
What's wrong? You're all red.
いや、そんなことないよ。
No, I'm not.
ほー。
Oh. Huh? Was she easier than I expected? Maybe android-like coolness was the way to go with her. Whatever that was.
織部さん、こちら補修が完了した食器類いかがいたしましょうか？
Oribe-san, I've completed the repairs on these plates. Whatever should I do with them? Cool manner of speech, robotic movements, playing with people's impressions was a bad habit I had.
じゃあこっちへ。さっきそんな喋り方だったかしら。
Oh, bring them here. Wait, weren't you talking differently until now?
了承、実行。どうもありがとう、メッサーシュミット。
Acknowledged, executing, appreciated, Messerschmitt.
暗い必殺人間バナナ。
Eat this, human banana! I don't even know how to feel. Mochi closed in on me, shouted some weird skill name, instantly undid my belt, and brought my pants down. Oh! My bad. At first I thought this was Mochi de-pantsing, but no, Mochi de-pantsed me. This is, in any other place, this is like a criminal offense being done, because this is... Please get this off my screen.
すっげーパンツだ。
Oh. I mean, okay, maybe I'm not fully bare. I just thought, like, everything came down. Some undies you got there.
こら、近持くん。やっていいことと悪いことがあるでしょ。
Hey, Chikamochi-kun, there are things you can and cannot do.
いや、今を除いて仕掛けるときはなかったろ？
Hey, when else could I have done that? Well, if you looked at this as a joke, this was definitely well timed. My android-like coolness, whatever that was, instantly became a gag. His skill left me so dumbfounded that I just froze in place with my pants down, effectively giving a treat for the ladies and waiting for a response. Or, you know, you just pull your pants up and... Or just stand there, that's cool too. How did the girl see this pantsless, android-like cool guy before her? And again, what was android-like coolness anyway? This is... Whatever, I'm sure this is very, very important to the plot. Pervert, 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 pervert. Not a positive reaction. Of course not. You know, I'm technically an adult, right? And she's technically a child, right? What are we... Mochi's prank effectively gave her the worst possible impression of me. Haru-chan had kicked my exposed ass over and over. Two boys stopped her, and then she, breathing heavily, fled the dining hall. Unnatural reaction. The guys followed soon after, leaving just me and Kaori-san.
僕は悪いでしょうか
Am I in the wrong here?
後で全員叱っておくわね。
I'll scold them later. How did he get... I have questions. We see in his character model, his portrait here, he's got like a belt on and everything. Like, in theory, no matter how special Mochi's special move was there, he should not be able to, like, unwillingly de-pants our guy that quick. Like, there would have to be some kind of... I'll scold them later. She was all red ever since then. It was awkward as hell. I distracted myself by getting back to fixing plates. Eventually, we were joined by the old wolf guy, Meiko and Rikako-san. I wasn't quite done with my job yet, but just like last time, I was given a break, so I went outside.
嵐を見とけが生えり
Ate the donut, bologna, rice, snows on the mountain.
不妻子さん、お疲れ様です。
Oh, Fusaishi-san, I see you are hard at work. Getting close to Rikako-san was important for both survival and finding out the truth. I still had some affection for her, as well as memories of our time together. However, last time, when I'd felt a similar way about Chiemi, I was hit with a big surprise. It wasn't just Chiemi, though. The Feast of the Yomi Purge seemed to bring about a total change in the nature of people. If Rikako-san became a wolf this time, I wasn't sure if she would instantly kill herself like she claimed she would. In fact, as a wolf, she would know Meiko's guardian, or lack thereof, leaving the humans at a huge disadvantage. And most of all, if I got too close to her, it would make parting with her a whole lot harder. Even if I lost some of them, I had memories of the previous loops, so this was actually a big deal for me. The emotional strain would gradually pile up, and eventually even a guy as warped as me would snap. Thus, I would only get close to people as friends. That was probably the best way to go about this. I had no idea who'd even be alive once all of this was over. It was even possible that there'd be no one left.
我らを生かすこの山、神内山の化身、神内明神様の教えを歌った古い歌です。
It's an old song about the teachings of great Lord Shinai-sama, the incarnation of this mountain that keeps us alive.
神内山のお守りは日かがちふましらみガラスよくも Shinai-san's guardians are 1, 2, monkey, 3, crow, 4, spider. She was teaching me the song. I actually knew it by heart at this point, and the memories it was tied to made it hard to listen to, but I acted like it was nothing. 怪しよみ人泣きにせん A death of the damned Yomibito is the mandate. It took on an easy tone. I looked away and saw Chiemi snickering as she waited for the right time to pop out. 9, 1 soul per day, now to bite. 切り立った 10, the mists rise away again.
あ、お疲れ様です
Oh, hello.
あれ
Huh? Heh, she knew exactly what she was doing with the sudden appearance. How mischievous.
狩りでもしてきたんですか
Oh, were you hunting or something?
ああ、惜しい。肝臓じいちゃんの獲物の解体の手伝いをちょっとですね。
Oh, no, but you're close enough. I just helped Kanzo-ji-chan prepare one of the beasts he hunted down.
なるほど。似合ってますね。
I see. That suits you.
何ですかそれ。なんか傷つく。
What the hell? That kinda hurts. Crap. I accidentally remembered what she was like back then and gave a sarcastic comment. If she'd been telling the truth back then, she'd wanted to kill me ever since we first met. That meant that even now she was... Hold on. Did that mean that all the stuff I jokingly said about her being a murderer was on the mark? Man, remember this screen? This feels like this was ages ago now at this point. It was years ago when we saw this. After all, the 2 shotguns were hidden in the room even then. Hold on. The first time we met, our very first encounter was among the rocks near Saranaga. I picked up her flashlight, then she called out to me. What was she even doing there? It was late at night, yet she'd taken a flashlight and gone down a dangerous cliff to reach a locally taboo area, Saranaga. She'd also said this.
ちえみさんはね、ただ単に最初から殺したくて殺したくて殺したくて殺したくて殺したくて殺したくてたまんなかっただけ。
Listen, I just really wanted to kill.
そう言ったら里帰りしたのだって殺しがしたくて戻ってきたようなもんだったしさ。
Yeah, I even returned back home just because I wanted to kill someone. Those might have been nothing but words to make herself seem like the big bad wolf she was. However, it wasn't unlikely that she'd come down to Saranaga because she was doing something worrying. She'd probably been there on this timeline too, we just hadn't met there. Maybe this time she'd actually finished whatever she was doing there. Well, no one had gone missing or anything, so it probably wasn't murder at least. It still made me curious. I was definitely attracted to her cheer, tact, and mystery. But this time, I would focus on exposing the secrets of Yasumisu itself. He who hunts 2 hares catches neither. I would only consider her to be a potential hazard.
いやいや、ワイルドさがハンティングなイメージに合ってるってことですよ。ちえみちゃんは猫科の猛獣って感じ。
Hey, I'm just saying that your wild image suits hunting. You honestly seem like a feline animal, Chiemi-chan.
お、いいですね、ちえみちゃん呼び。ついでに肉食獣に味見されてみます？
Oh, Chiemi-chan? I like that interested in letting it... I like that. Period. I didn't see the period before. Interested in letting a carnivore have a taste of you?
なんとハレンチな。私もリカ子とお呼びください。
Oh, how indecent. Please call me Rikako.
なんだそれ。
What the hell?
僕も下の名前でどうぞ。
Ah ha ha, you can call me by my first name too. What a mess of an exchange. Though it still served to decide what we'd call each other, so that was fine by me.
何イチャイチャしてんのよ、パンツマン。
You're flirting now, undie man? Suddenly, we were joined by Harujan holding a stick. Die! And then an earthquake hit, apparently. I was actually getting chased by a girl because of lewd stuff. What was this? A 20th century manga? Wow, 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 wow. This game. Undie Man. Undie Man. Undie Man! I was worried that nickname would spread, and I really hoped it didn't. Wonderful. I couldn't have predicted that I'd run out of time just calming Haruchan down and preventing that nickname from taking root in their minds. The mist! Oh shit, the mist comes right after the full under... No way! Bye! Maybe this won't end up being as big of a branch as, like, the last two. Obviously, there was the last two loops that we did obviously started from, like, the very beginning. So maybe since we're starting in this midway, and maybe Haru isn't at, I mean, I'm not discrediting Haru or anything, or maybe a potential thing, but maybe Haru isn't as important of a character as Chiemi and Rikako was, or is. So maybe like this branch is just gonna like be a lot over, like be over quicker. Maybe we get like a bit like a couple bits of information, and then because seemingly the only changes here are going to be, well, obviously I think other people will get different roles and stuff, but obviously we're getting closer to Haru. We're gonna probably get some things on Haru, and then also both the reporter and photographer will be alive, so that's obviously different and could be important. But anyway, no, not the mist. Was she afraid of the mist because of whatever happened 8 years ago?
はるちゃん落ち着いて。
Haru-chan.
彼女はどこに？
Cut him off. Haru-chan, calm down. Chimmy-chan, where should we go? Where should she go? In the spur of the moment, I went and called her by first name, which I was pretty sure she didn't like, but no one could care right now.
私が寮に連れてく。春明さんはどこに？
I'll take her to the dorm. Where will you go?
ああそうだ。今日は僕は上のプレハブに泊まることにしてまして。
Oh, right. I've ended up staying in the prefab.
どうしてあんなところに？
Huh?
小屋はどうされました？
Huh? Why there? What about the hut?
僕は明日からずっと寝泊まりするから、お客さんにいい場所を譲るべきかなと。
I'll be staying there every day starting tomorrow, so I thought I had to let the visitor have the better place this time.
春明様、素晴らしいお気遣いかと。
Haruaki-sama, how considerate.
何ごちゃごちゃやってるの？急いで。リカコさんはメコちゃん
I'm
の
the
こと
nice guy.
頼みましたよ。
Stop wasting time. Hurry up. Rikaka-san, you take Meiko-chan.
わかりました。メイコ、みそぎ、物意味、夢枕よ。
Very well. Meiko, it is time to cleanse, shelter, and dream.
ねえ、わかった。
Now, if I'm just thinking back to, like, even like our time with Ganoja or whatever, the most interesting thing this story could do at this exact moment is, like, our main character, Haruaki here, gets, like, the wolf role. Like, one thing we're missing so far, he was an outsider, then he got to play the snake, and obviously playing the snake was a very interesting way of handling things, but it would be very interesting, and I don't know if this game has the balls to do it, or wants to do it this early, or if they would be able to pull it off and make it make sense. But if he got the wolf role, then we could really get into some big shenanigans, I think. And it would be interesting. It would be interesting to see. But I don't know if the game wants to give our main protagonist the bad person role. So, tough. I don't know. But, okay.
春明さん、抜け道教えるから上まで一緒に行こう。春ちゃん、歩ける？
Haruaki-san, I'll show you a shortcut, so let's go together. Haru-chan, can you walk?
キリ。
Oh, she's handling this well.
息が追ってくるの。爪の音が。
Mist. No, breath's chasing. Sound of claws. I looked at Chiemi. She nodded, and I picked Haru-chan up.
さん。いや。
There... No. She was pale, her expression was empty, and her body was shaking, locked in a fetal position. Just what had she seen in the mist? What had she gone through? I hesitantly tightened my grip on her. She meekly grabbed onto my jacket. I had no idea if I could get along with her, but it wasn't impossible. Because I'm trying to think, like, I'm not saying he necessarily has to get a role for us to learn interesting things, obviously, but, like, if he got, like, the monkey role, that'd be such a nothing burger. It'd be like, ah, fuck. It's the monkey. The monkey! Okay, while on the move, I noticed Hashimoto-san head to the hut I provided him, so all seemed good on that front. After leaving Haru-chan in her dorm room, I said goodbye to her, Chiemi, and the two guys there, who were waiting for Haru-chan in a hurry, before making my way to the construction site.
寮の裏手の小道通ればすぐ行けるから、足は滑らさないよう気をつけてね。
You can get there easily through the path behind the dorm. Don't slip along the way. She also told me about how to prepare for the feast and was generally pretty nice about it too. It was pretty annoying that I couldn't just tell her that I knew it already. Or knew it all. Knew it all? I think I just added already. By the time I'd arrived at the prefab, the sun was down. I began by checking how I'd fare here. I take only the bare minimum of food and water I had here. I came prepared, but I didn't want to have to use the bathroom until morning. This was the shabbiest sleeping spot yet, but since I was still pretty awake, that allowed me to think a bit more. It was time. Oh, we get to assess. Here we go. It was time to assess the situation. First of all, there were two things I had to keep in mind: how Yudai Hashimoto-san joining would affect the feast, and whether I could find out much about the feast and Fujiyoshi from Haru Makishima. The former would probably be made obvious by tomorrow. If he died despite all I'd done this time, I'd be all out of ways to help him survive. I'd have to start considering if there was something inhuman at work that was actively trying to prevent him from joining. If he did join the feast, though, the Guardian assignments would definitely change, just like they had when Mamiya-san and I joined. That would be neither good nor bad. However, the info I'd gained the first time, when I couldn't participate at all, and the second time, when I'd participate... just slurred right through that. And the second time, when I'd participate as a snake, were completely different. Naturally, there was a change in human relationships and who benefited from them, and now, with this change, I would get to know people I hadn't interacted much with yet. Especially Haru-chan. I could only hope that being the undie man didn't result in her avoiding me. We gotta stop. The undie man bit, it's over. Stop trying to make it a thing. That reminded me, Mochi was the reason for my new title. Was he the biggest obstacle in my path toward the truth? Nah, he wouldn't admit it, but the guy liked Haru-chan and was jealous that I was getting between them. Oh, so he was the one who killed Haru-chan last time. Was the sad face I saw on him that day after just an act? I had no idea, but I could totally imagine him killing her, only to regret it right after. Oh yeah, Yasunaga-kun also revealed his feelings for Chiemi right before she killed him, didn't he? She'd instantly shot him down, though. It seemed like she felt the same way the first loop, so that was probably true. Or maybe I just wanted to think that way. She was totally into me, man. Then again, being liked by Chiemi meant that she wanted to kill you, so I wasn't sure if I was happy about that. That aside, as a wolf and as a human, he was a player skilled at debate and consideration. His words were rarely far from the mark, and he had influence over his mother's and friends' votes. He wasn't self-righteous or some kind of loner, and with a good backer spurring him on, he could be an excellent human player. If he was a wolf, though, I'd instantly know it from his lack of enthusiasm toward the feast. Maybe that would be considered cheating, but whatever. Whatever about that. Meanwhile, though Chiemi had done some bold things during the feast, she wasn't a very active participant in the meetings themselves. That was probably because, just like Mochi, she played cautiously as a wolf and avoided drawing attention to herself. Taking that into account, Chiemi's whole hang me act on the first day was pretty impressive. It was bold for a wolf to make such a self-sacrificing play at that stage, but it was at a point where people weren't yet ready to hang anyone, human or wolf. She managed to make herself look like a human without any real risk, and kept the act going until the end. I'd heard that Chiemi had a decently big impact on the feast I didn't participate in. If she became a human, she would surely be a valuable asset to the humans. Personally, I didn't want to be enemies with her again, but I had no idea what she thought of me right now before the feast had even begun. She herself had told me that she'd always wanted to kill me, which meant that the kindness she displayed to me so far could have been an act. That wasn't a pleasant thought. Rakaka-san too seemed to be pretty fond of me. That was probably because of her idea that I was a special person who could do something about the feast. I wanted to do something about it, but saw no possible way at this point. Couldn't help but worry that I'd disappoint her again. She was pretty passive in the feast, and her votes often prioritized the local folklore and fairness. She did some pretty dangerous things though, like trusting me without any real reason to. However, as a descendant of the Uematsu family, she knew full well, just how scary the feast was and how to deal with it. I thought I missed a word there. The fact that she knew Mako's position was pretty important too, and would surely be important now. I wasn't sure about Mako herself though. If she got a guardian, and Rakaka-san handled her well, it'd all be good. But if that wasn't the case, couldn't expect much from her in the feast, and her votes were based on how she felt at the moment. She would be an uncertain factor and nothing more. Rakaka-san let her vote as she pleased, probably to hide that they were communicating, which wasn't great. The old man who cried wolf was even worse though. What the hell was that guy? What the hell is this guy doing? A senile old man? Really didn't seem like it. Kanza-san had said that he'd survived the previous feast. He never said anything important during the feast, but had a vote worth the same as everyone else's. He also pretended to be a spider last time. Though Rikako-san came out as a spider as Mako's representative, she was essentially the real thing. Claiming to be the spider despite that was only meaningful if you were the badger. After all, if the badger presented themselves as the wolves once enough humans were out of the game, they would have a latent ally, which would be pretty good for them. And if he was capable of thinking that much, it meant that he wasn't just senile, quite the opposite in fact. But that idea didn't click with the fact that he'd always ended up getting hanged. What was he even after? I had more than enough evidence to conclude he was insane, but that just made spending time thinking about him more of a pain. Now, while Kanza-san's actions and goals were obvious, he was hard to control. He'd been handling the feast based on his experience from the other ones. It was a relatively logical approach, but he wasn't flexible at all. He was extremely overbearing when it came to the flow of the conversation, and didn't mind making unnecessary sacrifices, which eventually led to a lack of stability. He also had a weak point in Haru-chan. When it concerned her, he could become dangerous and violent. The other elder, Tai Yamawaki-san, she died so early in the second loop that feels like ages since we've seen her. The other elder, Tai Yamawaki-san, who was simply a hyper-traditionalist who resented the younger folks. In certain situations, it was easy to get her to vote right, but in others, she was nothing but a hindrance. She was also Takumi-san's, a key person's, weak point, and handling that whole matter was difficult. Tai-san's opposite was Yoshisugu Uribe. He didn't care about tradition and hated the elders, as well as the village heads. He was also the intense type and could easily mess up the feast. It was also possible for him to make peace with his mother and brother and enter the Yasunaga-kun faction. But if left to his own devices, he could break the rules and get eliminated from the game on the first night. Handling him was difficult. His mother, Kaori-san, was generally a passive player who followed Yasunaga-kun, but she had a tendency to do unexpected things. When Yoshisuga-kun had died, she tried to poison everyone's food, and she'd also tried to bend the feast rules and leave a dying message. She was the sole source of decent food here, and honestly, I wanted her and her sons to survive until the end. Then there was the man who understood and loved her, Takumi-san. He was important as the facilitator and mediator, keeping Yasumisu unified despite the tribulations of the feast. He had a lot of weaknesses though, such as his antagonism toward outsiders and the village heads, as well as his tendency to do unnecessary stuff on his own. However, all of it was outweighed by his popularity, charisma, and sheer strength, which were useful every now and then. Overall, he was someone I wanted to depend on. He really had to form a trusting relationship with his brain though. Now, Kinosuke Nosadashi was pretty hard to evaluate. He often said things that didn't have to be said, couldn't read the mood, and tended to create conflicts between himself and Yasumisu's people, but despite expectations, he ended up surviving. He actually wasn't wrong most of the time, but his presentation alone often ruined it completely. He was one of the few village heads in the group, so I could at least count on him to prevent any unfair votes toward Rikako-san, but besides that, I just remembered that he was a doctor. Couldn't he examine the dead bodies? Why did I have to do it when we had him around? He hadn't insisted on examining a single corpse so far. Was it because he was afraid of dead bodies or something? What the hell? That kind of joke wasn't funny in a situation like this. Besides them, there were the journos. Mamiya-san had been pretty much manipulated by Chiemi, so reading her was hard. If she could keep her cool, she could probably make some decent contributions to the feast. Also, I felt that her knowledge of folklore and occult stuff would be necessary for my current main goal, finding out the truth. As for Hashimoto-san, he hadn't survived this night even once thus far, so I couldn't say anything about him. However, though the first impressions had made him seem like nothing but some fat guy. Okay, chill? Chill with that? He did show an impressive capacity for logic and reason. If both Mamiya-san and Hashimoto-san survived, I imagine they would perform really well in the feast. Of course, it was hard for them to pass the barrier all outsiders faced here. Then there was myself. I was the most suspicious here, and the one most likely to get hanged. Last time, I'd been able to survive because I was a snake and leveraged my role well. It helped me get Takumi-san and Rikako-san over to my side, as bad as that sounded. However, there's no guarantee that it would happen again. It was best to assume it wouldn't. In that situation, I'd have to focus on helping my side emerge victorious with myself still alive, rather than just helping my side emerge victorious. Let me see that sentence again. Sorry, I got somewhat distracted by something, and then in that situation, I'd have to focus on helping my side emerge victorious with myself still alive, rather than just helping my side emerge victorious. Right, okay, sure. It's just very wordy. Even if I could loop, there was no guarantee that I couldn't get into a situation where I would be hanged no matter what. That was a heavy thought to have, but I'd have to believe I could make it and keep pushing onwards. I had to keep going. Suddenly, I felt drowsiness come over me. Had I been so busy during the day that I'd ended up more tired than I thought? It was time to cleanse myself. I took off my clothes, wiped my body, switched into my spare underwear, and that was that. Then, I locked the shabby-looking lock and returned to my bed, if you could call it that. Newspapers on the ground with a blanket on top. What would I do if my door was suddenly knocked down and some scary werewolf monster came in? I tried to keep myself on my toes, but my brain knew that wasn't how the feast worked, so it just relaxed and led me to sleep. I'd be safe today. I wouldn't die today. I'd think about what came next later. Okay. Another quick BRB. The thing I was getting distracted needs my attention really quick. So I'm going to do a quick BRB, and then we'll continue reading. Again, I'll say that a good thing this game does, and I'll say, I've said it now multiple times, but like the recaps that the game does are like just the right length. They basically recap things that have happened, like in between the nights. Sometimes we get them, but like these resets where like timelines where you're like, all right, these are the things I know about these characters and what happened in the past loops and what I should look out for in the next loops. Like, I think they do these really well. This is like the best thing I would say so far in these games. Even though it's not 100% necessary even, and a lot of it's information I already have or something, it is nice to be like, hey, they're not super long or obnoxious. And it's like, this is what we've gathered on this character and what we should look for in the next loop kind of thing. And it's kind of like told, obviously, in-game by our main character and reading his thoughts. Like, I just think it's really good. I think it's done really well, I should say. Okay, very quick BRB. Give me a handful of minutes. I'll even, if you're a VOD watcher, it'll only be like a few seconds. You won't even notice it. Because I'll pause the thing. But I'll be right back. I'm back. Alright. Here we go. I felt a strange pain all over my body. Oh, he's gonna be the wolf, isn't it? It's what I said, isn't it? Oh my god, did I predict it? Next, I felt that something was way too red. I could see the light of the outside through my eyes. I thought that meant it was dawn, but that wasn't the case. The morning sun had a bitter orange color, but this red right here was darker and colder. It also felt like my eyes weren't even closed. Why was I unconscious with my eyes open? Oh, if I called it. Dude. It made too much sense. Not only did my body hurt, but it was cold as well. Too cold. I was sleeping on the ground. My hair was on some gravel while my hands felt grass and mist. It was cold. My senses awakened. No, it was more like something that had been cut off had suddenly returned. It wasn't quite the same as a typical morning, and the bizarre sensation took me a moment to adjust to. I was outside. The moment I realized that, all blood left my face. I tried to jump up, but then I realized my body was sluggish, and that my body temperature was extremely low. Had I been out in this cold mist for that long? My mind was in better condition than my body, at least. Why was I outside anyway? Had I broken some taboo I didn't know about? Did the prefab count as outside? Would I be taken outside and killed because of it? Maybe there wasn't even need for a reason like that. It could have been that I'd been used as an example. If Yudai Hashimoto-san did the feast prep this time, no one would die tonight, but perhaps that was a bad thing for Great Lord Shinai. The existence of the penalty, the corruption, was best made through example. A simple mess of a corpse was enough to prevent people from trying to escape or walking out at night. However, if no one broke that rule, no example could be made. But it was actually entirely possible to make an example without anyone breaking any laws. If there was a corpse tomorrow, everyone would just assume that the victim had broken a law. No one would question the Punisher's decision. Well, we hadn't had any unexplainable victims of the corruption thus far. That was my assumption anyway. Rikako-san going nuts made absolutely no sense, but it wasn't even clear if that was a corruption, so I'd just leave it at that. Besides that, all instances of the corruption so far seemed to have completely plausible causes behind them, so I'd assume that the Punisher was fair. But could I trust their benevolence now, in this situation? I was an outsider who was barely known here, and that kind of made me the best person to make an example out of. Had I been too optimistic to assume I wouldn't die today? My throat was dry, which made me feel even colder. My irration and panic broke my tolerable limits, and I finally regained my senses and control over my body. There was red light all around me. Its source was distant, but it lit up the entire mist, giving it a bewitching, unsettling shine. It made me both uneasy and scared. It reminded me of the first mist I'd ever seen, even though it was late at night right now. However, unlike the first time, I didn't feel any beasts nearby. I strained my eyes to look into the mist, and realized that I had someone at my side. Or rather, I realized that there was a humanoid silhouette within the red light. It was a girl. Haru Makishima. Oh my god, is he a wolf with Haru? Are they both wolves, and then that's how we learn more about Haru? Oh man, it makes too much sense! Oh, it's actually good. Oh, it's actually good. Actually, we're so back. You know what? You know what, Raging Loop? We're so back. I shouldn't have ever doubted you. I shouldn't have ever doubted you. I said just like 30 minutes ago you didn't have the balls to do something like this. And here I am. Ass exposed, like a moron. Banana exposed, like my pants have been de-pantsed by fucking Chikamochi. Haru-chan. As I tried to stand up, I staggered pathetically and collapsed again. I could barely even speak. She noticed me, slowly turned her face toward me, and looked down at me with eyes showing no hint of emotion, thought, or life. She was even smiling a bit. Fusaishi-san. I heard my name. It surprised me, but I somehow turned to the other side and saw... Oh shit! 3 wolves! I can count 3 wolves. Oh, do we have Kaori? Wait, Kaori... Oh. Okay. I'm assuming a lot, but I'm assuming a lot, but I assume I'm correct in all this, what's happening. It's only that explanation, right? Kaori Aribe-san. Her eyes and expression were almost exactly like Haru-chan's. God is coming. Was I still half asleep? Was this some sort of dream? Why were they here anyway? But if I could actually see the God that Chiemi, Rikako-san, and Haru-chan talked about, I would accept in a heartbeat. I turned to the direction that those two are facing. In red, misty darkness, I saw the outline of a large tree. It was the hanging pine. That meant that this was the graveyard. Oh, we're so back, man. Yeah, maybe this is interesting. Yeah. Can't believe how pumped I am about this. Because honestly, when I said it, and then I said, oh, this game maybe doesn't have the balls to do it, like, in the back of my head, I'm thinking, well, it still, like, would make a lot of sense to do it at some point. You know what I mean? Like, where we see the roles, like, get mixed up, and, like, I was like, we gotta at some point become a wolf, right? But it makes so much sense to do with Haru if we gotta get close to Haru and figure out things about Haru. Good stuff. Okay. And there were 3 lights, or rather, sets of them within the mist. It took me a moment, but I realized they were eyes. The vague silhouette seemed human and not yet human at the same time. Was that God? Why had they appeared before us? Questions filled my head, my thoughts became dull, my sense of logic froze, and my vision contracted. Suddenly, God spoke. Look here. For I will tell ye the truth. It was like a rumble. Hopefully I don't have to read like that voice, or I'm going to change. Hopefully I don't have to read like that too much. But it was definitely a voice. We will now tell you the true legend. I tried to follow what it said. The wolf was not fully dead. Oh, hello. Hello again. The wolves aren't dead yet. Truly, it is mankind that has been dead. It's the womans that are... womans. It's the womans! It's the humans that are dead. Mankind, snake, ape, crow, spider. Humans, snake, monkeys, crow, spider. Yes, it's acting like I can't read what the text is saying. But whatever. All creation is the making of Yomi. All of them have risen up from Yomi. The laws of the mountains says... That's a butchered mountains word. The law of the mountain says... All creation is to be killed. That they all must be killed. Ye hath been chosen willfully to be the wolves. You were chosen to be the wolves. Now, like I said, it makes a lot of sense. You know, throw Kaori in here as a wolf with me. That's fine. Me and Haru as a wolf makes a lot of sense, as I was saying. Do I kind of wish, though, how much fun it would have been if it was like me and Rikako and Chiemi all as wolves at once? That would have been fun. Me and the baddies. Our little love triangle getting to get like hashed out as like team wolves. Like, that would have been fun. I mean, I don't want to be greedy, but that would have been that would have been fun. That would have been fun. You've been chosen to make wolves or to be wolves. Make great destruction upon the Yomibito and make pure the mountains and the river. Destroy the Yomibito and purify the mountain and river. A noble gift we giveth you. A gift. They can't do G's. We will give something to you. Ye shall earn this and cleanse yourself. You must wear it and cleanse yourselves. Do this, and the wicked mist shall yieldeth not harm. Do that, and the corrupt mist shall not harm you. By cause of the dark mist. But since the mist is so dense, we shall give ye the brook. We will also send you the badger. Oh. Tomorrow at night, this time, a lone Yomibito we shall inspire to be your sworn brethren. If I had a choice, give me Nosato. That'd be a fun badger. Tomorrow night, we shall inspire one of the Yomibito to become your ally. This worthy brook your knight be, and it is our help unto you. This badger would be a guardian, and it is our help to you. Huh, so the wolves always got such a detailed explanation. They were low in number, humans received other guardians, they were under pressure to lie at all times, and were surely conflicted about many things. The wolves were actually at quite a disadvantage here. However, they had more information. They knew their allies and enemies, and about the existence of the traitor unknown to the humans. Hurt this, ye shall draw blood of a man by every night. Anyway, draw the blood of one human a night. Anyway, seriously, did he have any idea how hard that was? Or ye yourself will die. Otherwise, you will be the ones to die. Threats too, huh? So snarky. It may none otherwise be tied. Do not doubt this. It may none otherwise be tied. He just repeated it. For effect, surely. He really wanted us to believe him. So the three of us were wolves? I had no idea if that was true. Hell, I didn't even know if this was real or not. Then, the red light, became weaker, or my consciousness began to fade. I had no idea. And soon enough, it was all dark. How fun. How fun. Let's wreak some havoc. I mean, it's interesting, right? They touch upon, like, and even said it there, like, oh man, the wolves, the people that randomly get chosen to be wolves, surely they get conflicted and have, like, this moral, like, oh, is it really bad? These people that we know, like, how much is it wolves overpowering your sense of self and everything? But, like, if I'm now Haruaki and I'm like, well, surely this is an opportunity for me to learn more stuff that I need to critically learn so that I can solve this whole mystery, like, is he gonna feel bad? Like, if he's like, I get to be a wolf, the bad guy, I get to fulfill this role, and maybe I get to learn more about Haru and also see what all the wolves get to do and stuff, like, is he going to be even less like, hey, I feel bad for killing people at night, but this is for the greater good for another loop that's going to actually matter, you know? Just rampant, just kill. I don't know. Kill everyone. My body hurt. The familiar sensation made me open my eyes slightly. I saw the bright but shabby inside of the prefab. Though through the dirty, curtainless window, I saw the mist outside. This was reality, wasn't it? I lifted my upper body, turned a bit, moved my head, pinched my cheek. It all felt real. I then tried to stand, and I could. Looking at my phone, which is about to run out since this place had no electricity, I saw the correct date, and it was 8 o'clock. I'd slept in pretty late. Remembering something, I lifted the bottom of my shirt and looked at my stomach. What I saw made me freeze. Well. The Lord of the Hunt, the Wolf. Slay all the Yomibito, cleanse and purify or die. It wasn't a dream. Or was it? Cleanse, purify, dream.
そんなもんは上富士吉の方々が私たちをバカにしてから考えたもんじゃと思ったのよね。
At first, we thought the people of Kami Fujiyoshi just made it up to make fun of us.
だけどそうじゃない。本当じゃと信内様は加護をくださるとともにそう言われなさった。
But we found out it was true when we became blessed by Shinai-sama himself.
おじいちゃんが死んだ日に私の夢に出てそう教えてくれたんだ。
On the day Oji-chan died, he showed up in my dreams and told me about it. Great Lord Shinai told the real story through dreams, making the people of Yasumisu change drastically. They went from those who hunted wolves to those who hunted humans. It wasn't clear which side was right, didn't even know if there was a right side to this, but I didn't feel much. I didn't get any sort of hatred for the humans or motivation to kill. The first time, Yasunagi-kun, Tai-san, and Haru-chan all had some sort of cold, calm anger toward the humans. Last time, Chemi had said that she was intent on killing me from the start. As for Mochi, my first impression of him was weird but harmless kid, and that somehow became insane killer.
まあ私らにもいろいろあって最後まであがかないといけないことになってるからさ。もう質問とかやめてよ。面倒。
We had our reasons for doing what we did, and we had to keep doing it until the end, so stop it with the questions. They're a pain. However, she'd also said that she was struggling, and it didn't sound like it had anything to do with what she wanted. Regardless of what you were like before, you became a wolf by getting the wolf as your guardian. What was Mamiya-san like in that regard? She had worked as a wolf, but that was either just to survive or because she was urged by Chiemi. There was no zeal or loyalty there, so she ended up being silenced. That meant that the real story only worked on the people of Yasumisu. That was the only way things made sense. But if that dreamlike experience was true, then this time, the wolves were Haru-chan, Kaori-san, and I, right? I had seen them in the mist and red light, and they certainly didn't look right. I wasn't sure if it was actually a matter of sanity, but they just accepted the event as natural. A change born from the real story, an event set up from the start. No, I also had to consider the possibility that it was just a dream, and that me being chosen as a wolf had nothing to do with it. I still couldn't be sure if they were the other wolves. I absolutely couldn't just go to the dining hall and ask them if they were. I had to wait until tonight. Suddenly, Fusaishi, you okay?
春明さん、春明さん、生きてる？春明さん。
Haruaki-san, Haruaki-san, are you alive? Haruaki-san! Someone knocked on my door. Quickly wiped off the bloody guardian mark on my stomach. It was dry, so it came off easily. Ew. I washed my hands in the bucket and unlocked the door. Don't look at my bucket.
無事か。
You're okay.
よかった、春明さん。
Haruaki-san, I'm so glad. I saw Takumi-san, armed with a farming tool, and Chami, who was so happy about my survival she had tears in her eyes. The fact that she was the same person as that vicious mass murderer made it difficult to be happy about this development. If this was an act, this reminded me that she herself had told me I had a bad eye for women. Without any of that, she'd really seem like nothing but a gentle, cute young woman. We carefully walked through the mist.
まさか本当に霧が立つなんて不吉なことだって聞いたけど。
The mist actually came. I heard it's a bad sign, is it?
うん。どこまで聞いたのかな？
How much have you heard exactly?
必ず死人が出るって。
That someone always dies when it comes?
誰だよ。来て早々ろくでもねえこと吹き込んだの。
Who the hell told you that? Try that again. Who the hell told that to a damn newcomer?
それはまあともかく。まさかどなたか亡くなったんですか？
That aside, did someone die?
いや。
No.
まだ誰も死んでないよ。
No one's dead yet. Lurking in and out of streams, any theories you're gonna kill and who's what role this time around? I mean, I was thinking about it, I didn't say it, but just now that it's established that I'm pretty much the wolf, the only other thing, other than our established, like at the start of this loop, right? It was like, oh, let's see what happens when we have the photographer guy make it through the first night so that he's actually a participant in the game, and also let's try to get close to Haru so we can learn about Haru and what's going on with her, right? Now, the third thing is the wolf, and if I know anything about anything, which is very little, but if I know anything about anything, it's like the interesting thing about being a wolf is that in theory, depending on what the wills of the other wolves are, you get to us, who seems to not be like I have the wolf role, but it's not like I'm a bloodthirsty wolf. Like I don't seem like I'm crazy, at least. I would assume I haven't gotten rid of the fact that our main character is like, I still need to learn a lot during this loop, right? So you could use your power of wolfness to eliminate people who you don't think are going to help you get more information. So then I was thinking like, okay, who is the most easily disposable, because you have some say as a wolf about who makes it on each night. I mean, you don't get to choose the hanging candidate, which kind of sucks. So someone could get hung. But then I was thinking, it reminds me a lot of Genosha in that it's like, it is, and I talked about this previously, like in Genosha, sometimes to advance some of the story beats or something, you couldn't, it wasn't just so much as like, I need to win. It is, I need to win with a certain person, like getting far into the game with me. And so I'm like, oh man, how do you, like, what'll be interesting is if he's like, oh, I need to have like this person advance this far into the game with me, and also I have to make sure that they aren't accused of being a wolf. So I can't be accused as a wolf, and I can't have certain people also accused as a wolf, because I need, or maybe want this person to, I don't know how granular this game is going to get with it, but at the very least, he's like, I can't be hung, or I can't be chosen to be hung, and I also can't have Haru be chosen as hung. And I wouldn't be surprised if like Kaori gets sacrificed like we saw in the second loop with Mamiya, if we're like, oh shit, Mamiya, I mean, Kaori, we don't care, goodbye. It's much more important me and Haru make it through each night. So that's one thing.
Claiming Haruaki isn't crazy is a bit risky when he was like, oh yeah, let's cut off limbs of somebody I know. Oh. Yeah, that moment was a little weird. I mean, I took that as him being like, I mean, it's cruel, but also like, I took that as like, he knows that this isn't gonna, or at the time, well, no, at the time he thought he wasn't gonna loop anymore, right? I don't know. I think he is kind of crazy. You're right. Never mind. I did like when he said that, and then everyone just looked at him like, what the fuck? We can't do that. So what? A prediction for roles? Okay, so we have three, and it's probably gonna mix up a bit. I'm gonna say, you know what? Out of interest, I'm gonna say, this is, you know, based off no real good evidence. I'm gonna say we know the three wolves. I'm gonna say, Nosato, Kinosuke is the badger. I think him being a subservient badger man would be interesting to us, because he usually talks from like a position of authority. So if there's someone who wants the love of the wolves, I think that's interesting. I'm gonna say, because they're both alive, seemingly, I'm gonna say the reporter and the photographer are the monkeys, because that just makes too much sense. The pair of them get the monkey roles for each other. And then I'll say, spider and snake, crow. Spider, snake, crow. I say don't give Mako another role. We already did that. I'm gonna say Spider, Chiemi. I'm gonna say Snake, Yoshisugu, and give the crow to Moro. That's my prediction. No one's dead yet, she says. Good.
もうみんないるんだ。
Has everyone gathered already?
食堂に。ごめん、春明さんを迎えに行くの遅くなっちゃって。
Yeah, in the dining hall. Sorry, we came to pick you up pretty late.
みんな霧が出てパニクってんだ。後回しにして悪かったな。
Everyone's panicking because of the mist. Sorry for making you wait. Of course, they'd come for me last. I was at the bottom of the totem pole here. And despite that, I was a wolf. Crap. How was I supposed to survive Kanzo-san's Can You Just Die today? Hold on. What was I thinking? Was I actually gonna fulfill my role as a wolf? You must. Do it. I would actually create those awful piles of corpses. I didn't want to do that. I wasn't beholden to some weird legend. There was no need for me to play along with this insanity. Honestly, I could just reveal who the wolves were on the first day. I'd keep the sacrifices minimal and... No, that'd result in my own death. I had to think carefully. I had to survive. I had to survive and escape the loop. This picture. Oh god. This wasn't a matter of just leaving Yasumitsu or Fujiyoshi. I'd actually ended the feast once and escaped, yet the death loop still continued. Hell, the feast of the Yomi Purge and the general mystery surrounding Fujiyoshi still wasn't over. There's something about Haruaki's face in this picture that just kills me. There's something, I don't know what it is. Still wasn't over. Honestly, I had no confidence if I'd been of the right mind when I decided to actually move to Fujiyoshi. It felt like all the characters and stage props here were gathered to bring about nothing but tragedy. Until I'd solved all the mysteries here, the supernatural forces here would continue to terrorize me no matter how far I ran. There was the possibility that surviving as a wolf would stop or solve everything, though that wasn't a pleasant thought. Perhaps I'd come back to life, return from Yomi over and over because of the local Yomi inhabitants, so in order to solve this, I had to become a wolf and kill them all. Right. This could be the right path.
Haruaki-san?
Haruaki-san?
どうしたの?
What?
どうしたの? 難しい顔して。
She's on to me already. She's gotta die. What's wrong? Something bothering you?
ちょっといろいろ不安で、これでも結構怖がりなんだ。
I'm kind of worried. I'm actually quite the scaredy cat.
無理はねえよ。
can't blame ya. Would I have to kill them too?
お前血とか平気か
Can you handle blood?
え、どうしてです？
Huh? Why are you asking?
人は死んでないけど、ちょっとね。
No person died, but, well, their expressions turned dark. I saw the plaza.
狼様は3人おる。
There are 3 wolves! Just like last time, Tai Yamawaki-san was at the Okiba with 3 Yomatsu Okami symbols painted on it.
どういうことです？
What do you mean?
後で教えてあげるからね。
I'll tell you later. The exchange was exactly as I remembered. I still knew about all this, so I had to be careful to stay in character. I couldn't... Did I read that line wrong? I still knew... Okay, no, I'd read it right. Okay, I just confused myself. I couldn't forget that just about everyone here had their first feast today. They didn't have the knowledge or experience, and no one had killed anyone yet. If I went and said something weird, they'd suspect me, so I had to act like the confused newbie. As I approached the plaza, I noticed a strange stench. Though it resembled the smell of death I was now intimately familiar with, this one felt more beastly.
何があるの？この先。
Just, what is that stench?
見ない方がいいよ。
You shouldn't look. I disregarded her warning and headed toward the source of the smell. Huh? There was a pile of corpses in the middle of the plaza. Uh-oh! Corpses, plural? Plural corpses? Though they weren't they weren't human. Chill. From what I could tell, they were the remains of mid-sized, four-legged beasts. They looked like dogs, but their bodies were in such a terrible shape I couldn't have been able to tell if they were foxes, tanuki, or wolves instead. Some had their limbs or heads removed, and a lot were just cut up really badly. Bloody fur, eyes open so wide you'd think they'd fall out. If I had to guess, there were at least 20 of these here in this pile. It was about as tall as the back of a smaller adult. It reeked badly, but more than that, it was just disturbing. Crimson fur, countless fangs, claws, eyes. It seemed like an original idea for a fantasy monster. Indeed, monster was very apt. It was almost a monument dedicated to the Yomotsu Okami. Perhaps this was the example this time?
絶対触んなよ。後で全部皿長に捨てる。
Don't touch it. We're throwing it in Saranaga later. I wasn't planning on touching it. Don't have to tell me twice. It was basically a heap of potential diseases. Wouldn't dumping it in a river be illegal, though? Screw it. This wasn't the time to worry about stuff like that.
春明さん、意外と平気？
Haruaki-san, you seem strangely calm.
まあ、犬の死体とかは街でも見るし、これが人間だったらどうなったかわからないけど。
Well, you see dog corpses in town every now and then. Not sure how I'd feel if it was a person. It probably wouldn't affect me much at this point, to be honest. I'd seen too many horrible human corpses. You're alive! Outside the dining hall, there was Kanzo Matshimashi, gun in hand. Along with him was... Fusaishi-kun.
Ohayo.
Good morning. At the entrance, there were Mamiya-san, who looked uneasy, and Hashimoto-san, who looked strangely composed. After greeting them, I went inside. Haruaki Fusaishi-san is okay too.
これで全員だな。
That's everyone then.
まあ、よかったわ。
My, what a relief. I looked around and yeah, everyone was here. A total of 16. What a party. At one seat, there was Haru-chan. Her face was pale, and her 2 friends were seated next to her.
ここにいたら安全だから。
It's safe in here.
ご飯食べれそう？
Wanna eat?
無理。
I just can't. She'd hated the mist before, but this time it seemed even worse. She also made herself as small as possible, and it felt like she was averse to their care. This seemed like a mix of her fear of the mist and the rejection of the villagers she'd had as a badger.
というか、休みずで一番怖がりなんだよね、はるちゃん。
Oh, I would say she's just the greatest scaredy cat here. Scaredy cat.
昔話の汚れとか、昔からすごく怖がってたし、ある意味
汚れるのを嫌がってたのかも。
She was always really afraid of all the corruption talk. Maybe she was just scared of getting corrupted.
だからハルちゃんが狼でも誰も殺したりできないと思うんだな。
That's why I don't think Haru-chan could kill anyone if she was a wolf. A girl who was afraid of the corruption. It started 8 years ago when she tried to visit Yasumizu and when it was covered in mist and saw something. That had to be it. The idea, or certainty, that the people around her were Yomibito had to scare her pretty badly. Maybe she really was a wolf. Kaoru-san, on the other hand, looked okay. That thought came too soon. A moment later, I heard a crash from behind the counter.
ごめんなさい。片付けるわ。
God, hold it together, team. I gotta whip these other wolves into shape. We're fucking cooked if we can't get our shit together. I'm so sorry. I'll clean it up.
あ、僕がやります。というか、下働きなのに手伝いもせずすみません。
This is the argument for like, damn, I wish like it was. I mean, it makes sense. We need Haru as a wolf and, you know, Kaori, whatever. But like, if I had more interesting or not interesting, but more competent wolves, like honestly, the two wolves from last time, Mochi and Chiemi, they're on top of it. The smart ones. I feel like I've got like the fail wolves on my team. We got the bad ones. I've got the toughest struggles here, teammates wise. Oh, let me handle it. Hey, I'm supposed to be working here. Sorry for not helping. My toughest struggle, bringing these wolves to victory. Without waiting for a response, I hurried behind the counter. There was broken porcelain on the floor, along with some rice and soup. Same food as last loop, basically. I already knew what was where in the kitchen, so I wetted a cloth, wrung it out, and started wiping it up. Then, I spread out a newspaper and collected the porcelain. Suddenly, felt something touch my upper arm. I turned around and saw Kaori-san crouching and staring at the floor with a pale expression. She was shaking. I could tell from her touch. There were tears in her eyes, and her half-open mouth made her look like she was about to sob. Her whole body was basically saying that she couldn't bear this. Oh, God. You gotta fucking blow it!
ちょっといいかな、安永くん、吉嗣くん。
Kaori-san isn't feeling too good. Yasunaga-kun, Yoshisugu-kun, can you come over?
え、母さん大丈夫？
Huh? Mom, are you okay?
具合悪いのに無理してんじゃねえよ。
Don't force yourself, hag. As I helped her get up the stairs, Kaori-san looked at me with eyes that seemed both pleading and scornful. It felt like she was asking if she really had to kill these wonderful children with her own hands. This mission was too much for her to bear, and from what I could tell, she wanted to share the burden with me to make it easier for herself. Honestly, hopefully they don't blow it, but like, if you're a wolf, if you're Haruaki here, and you like want to choose who dies, and you have potentially Kaori who doesn't want to participate as a wolf, and then also Haru, who might also not want to be like, she might be too fragile, and we just saw like the flashback where he was like, oh, she might be too much of a scaredy cat to kill. Maybe I get lone decisions. I could see that being the case, especially think game-wise, right? Before, as the snake, we got keys and unlocked more information by choosing who we were researching with our snake powers last loop. It would make a lot of sense if we did the similar thing here with we got to choose who we voted to kill, and then we got certain keys unlocking the path. Again, it just makes too much sense. So I assume that's what we're building up to, is that it's giving us a story reason with our fail wolves here as my two teammates, maybe giving me a reason to be able to be the final decider on who we actually end up killing, or I kill personally, right? Maybe the other two don't even participate. I don't know who has to kill, if it's a joint effort or something, but it might just be like, hey, I choose because I don't have any qualms about it or anything. And then that would make sense, yeah? I think I got it. I think I'll figure it out. I might as well just stop playing. I'm just too smart. This mission was too much for her to bear, and from what I could tell, she wanted to share the burden with me to make it easier for herself. It was safe to assume that the dreamlike experience had, indeed, showed me the other wolves. Calm down. Though it seemed pretty conclusive to me this was just day one. We had the mist, the wolf symbols, and the pile of dog corpses, so it wasn't weird for a sensitive woman to become a bit sick. Even Chiemi and Hisako-san didn't look so good. The only ones who were clearly okay were Rikako-san, who looked like a Noah mask most of the time, and Meiko, who probably had her eyes hidden. So as long as they didn't act any more suspicious, it was all good.
配膳は僕の方でします。近持くん、君の後ろにある棚から丼を一つ持ってきてくれないか?
I'll serve the food. Chikamochi-kun, can you get me a bowl from that shelf?
おお、すでに置き場を熟知してるとは。だが、僕のことはモッチーと呼ぶがよい。
Whoa, you already know where everything is. You can call me Mochi, though. I might have been the one in trouble here. I told him to call me Hassan and decided that I had to act more ignorant of things. After we ate, I pretended to be busy in the kitchen. Chemi and Rikako-san looked like they wanted to talk, but I avoided them because I felt like I might accidentally spill the beans to them. Of course, we had to wait until Takumi-san and the Oribe brothers cleaned up the plaza. I had tons of things to wash. Last time, the feast began at about 9, but now that Kaori-san had gone to bed for a second time, it would have to happen later. It didn't show any signs of starving. Nope, it didn't show any signs of starting even at noon, so we had lunch.
獅子肉使わなきゃね。私切るよ。
We gotta use the shishi. I'll cut it up.
てめえ釜で米炊けんのかよ。仕方ねえな。やってやっから。
You can't boil rice in a kettle? Screw it, I'll do it. I got some unexpected help, so I ended up having only to cut the veggies and add spice. We ended up with lots of decent rice and pork boar soup. I hadn't expected Yoshisugu-kun to know how to boil rice. He'd probably helped out Kaori-san a lot.
はるちゃん、食べられそう？
Haru-chan, feel like eating?
食べるわよ。あと、慣れ慣れしく下の名前で呼ばないでほしい。
Yeah, and don't call me by my name.
失礼いたしました、お嬢様。
Apologies, milady. Milady. Oh, God. Oh, shit, I forgot Undie Man already. Oh, it's brought back. Okay, stop it, Undie Man. I hadn't accepted that name, but trying to resist it would have probably made her antagonistic toward me, so I just laughed it off.
心配かけてごめんなさい。いい匂いね。誰がしてくれたの？
I'm sorry for making you worry. What a nice smell. Who made it?
ちえみと吉嗣くんの手伝いのもと、だいたい春明さんが。
Haruaki-san, Yoshisugu-kun and I helped out.
まあ、吉嗣もありがとうね。
Oh my. Thank you, Yoshisugu.
飯炊いただけだっつうの。
I just boiled some rice.
食べられそうですか？
Do you think you can eat?
いただくわ。
Yes, I'll have some. Everyone noticed that her face was as pale as before, but no one pointed it out. Kazu-san was beginning to become irate, and it was clear we had to begin the feast soon.
これ食ったらやるか、おやっさん。
We're doing it after eating? Everyone, even Kaori-san, understood what was going to happen. No, two people didn't.
いや、上の道路が塞がってるのは分かりましたけど、下の沢を通れば出られるんじゃないんですか？
Well, I understand that the road is blocked, but can't we get out by crossing the stream below?
下は危ないのだよ。気持ちはわかるがね。あえて試さずに救助を待つ方が良いのではないかね。
It's dangerous. I understand how you feel, but it might be best to just wait for help.
さっき芹沢さんは救助は来ないって言ってましたよ。一体何が起きてるんですか？
Serizawa-san just said that no one would come. What's going on here?
まあまあ、おばあさん、いずれ説明はあるんですよね。
No need to rush it. Ma'am, you will explain it to us, yes?
この後、宴の時に話しますよ。
Yes, I'll tell you about the feast later.
今してくださいよ。妙なことに参加する気はないんですが。
Do it now. I don't want to participate in something I know nothing about.
ケイちゃん、まあまあ。
I love the chill personality of this guy. Kyu-chan, no need for that. Hearing them talk made me nervous, but at least I kept everyone on their toes. Or was that a bad thing for us wolves? The only thing the humans could do against the wolves was lynch, so we had to keep their motivation to do that to a minimum. At the very least, that was relatively easy today when no one had died so far. Kanzo Makashimashi would definitely insist we hang someone, and I had to somehow shoot him down. Of course, I had to avoid standing out in a way that would affect my chances further down the line.
やるぞ。集会堂へ行け。
It's time. Go to the hall. Okay, I'm going. We all lined up, and the eldest went in first. They joined their hands and hid their faces. It was a unique sight, and once again I copied them. Like last time, I ended up at the lower end of the group, but the complete outsiders were below even me.
いいんですか?
Is this really okay with you?
恥じゃないと邪魔くさいでしょ、僕。
I'd be in the way if I wasn't at one end of the group, right? I couldn't give any strong agreement, so I just gave him a light, in response. Yeah, stick him over here. Yeah, look at that full group. We got a full house right here. Tai-san declared the start of the feast, and Rakako-san handed out some divine sake. Aren't you driving?
しばらくはなさそうだよ。
Won't be for a while. Hashimoto-san drank 3 full cups without anyone urging him to, and Mamiya-san griped that he was drinking too much. Nah, man, if you're a big guy, you drink more. It takes much more to impact you. I'm totally fine with him. Drink as much as you want, Hashimoto. Just do it. He'd also had 3 more helpings of lunch. It was appropriate for someone his size, so I hadn't even commented on it. With him being the first to drink, now it would be very funny if, like, our guy Haruaki has these plans of, like, killing a bunch of people, and he's like, oh, this is gonna be the best, and then, like, they just fail so hard, like, fall on their face, get taken out one by one, and then just like, ah, shit. Like, even, especially if it was, like, at the hands of, like I said, like, Kaori, she seems fragile. She seems like she could give up all this information at the drop of a hat. Like, she's, like, someone's gonna look at her wrong, and she's gonna be like, me and Haru and Haruaki are the wolves. And then she's gonna cry. And it's just gonna be like, what the fuck? Anyway, with him being the first to drink, the rest of us were a bit taken aback. Then, Tai-san explained the legend and the feast. I assume we don't have to be told the legend again. Great. That sounds like a crime to me. Just like last time, after asking this and that, Mamiya-san eventually took that strong stance on the whole thing.
しかし、やらんと死ぬのはあたしらなのよ。
But if we don't do it, we will die ourselves. But
最後まで聞こう。意見を言う前に、まず聞くべき質問がたくさんできそうだ。
let's listen until the end. Then we'll have time for questions and we can share our thoughts. I love how gung-ho Yudai is about this. It's our first time getting to see him play the game. And, like, I think he just wants to have fun. He's just a gamer. He's just a gamer, man. Okay. Mamiya-san still had a stern expression, but her cool temperament made her seem like a completely different person from last time. After that, Yasunaga-kun pointed out things Tai-san missed, like the amount of people the wolves could kill, the extra info on the spider, and whether any of us were in a feast before. Then...
その加護というのはどうやって通知されるものでしょうか?
How do you know if you have a guardian? Hashimoto-san, who wasn't here last time, quickly pointed out more info that was missing. Kanzo-san then explained that they appeared on the stomach.
なるほど。だから体を吹かせるのが掟の一つなんでしょうかね。汗だくの肌には神様も触りたがらんと。
I see. So that's why cleaning your body is one of the rules. A god doesn't want to touch sweaty skin. You talk more than I expected.
ああ、失礼しました。仕事の時はああいう感じの方がやりやすいんで我慢してます。
Oh, my apologies. I'm only quiet when I work. It makes it easier, so I restrain myself. I can't settle on a voice to give this guy. I keep going all over the place. He smiled, astonishing everyone yet again. At this point, all the rules except for the badger had been revealed. Well, we kind of went off track, but what do we do now? We got some dead dogs, but it's not like a person died, right?
こんなもん上藤吉の誰かの嫌がらせじゃねえのかよ。昔はよくあったってばあちゃん言ってたろ。
What if it's just someone in Kami Fujiyoshi trying to intimidate us? Bachan said that it happens often. That was news to me.
そりゃあ、私のおばあさんはね、よう上の人らがふざけて頼みずに獅子の血流したとか言ってたけどね。
Well, my Oba-san said that the people from there used to release shishi blood into the field water.
今はさすがにそのようなことはないと思うのです。
I do not believe they still do that.
上藤吉の村民の大部分は安水のことを無視しているように見受けられる。そうも接点はほぼないのだから。
From what I can tell, most of the people there just downright ignore Yasumizu. There's barely anything connecting the two places anyway.
一部の資料関係者は牧島勘三氏とつながりがあるが、彼らはむしろ畏敬しておりますからな、あなたを。
Some from the hunting industry have ties to Kanzu Makishimashi, but they seem to respect you.
どうだか。
Not sure I trust that.
まあ今新内さんの元で狩りができるの肝臓じいちゃんだけだもんね。
Well, Kanzoji-chan is the only one who can hunt at the base of Shinai-san. That was some interesting info.
それはともかくその通りで、今時休みずに悪さしてやろうなんてのは学校の子らか長者くらいのもんでしょう。
Anyway, good point. The only ones still trying to do something bad to Yasumizu are school children and the village heads.
またそうやって長者を不当に中傷するのかね。彼らもそんなに暇ではないのだよ。
Again with the unfair mudslinging. The village heads are far too busy for that.
不当かな。あの山祭りなんて休みずに対するいじめ以外の何者でもないと思うけど、訴えれば勝てるよ、多分。
Unfair? Their whole mountain festival seems like one big Yasumizu bullying event. I think we could even take them to court and win over it.
ちなみに近持ちよ。
By the way, Chikamochi.
なんだろう。
What?
お前じゃないよな、このいたずら。
You're not the one doing this, are you? Damn. To get called out like that?
おお、あり得る。
Oh, that's possible. It was.
しかし残念。いたずら犯として信用されてるのは嬉しいけど、これは僕じゃない。
But too bad. I'm flattered that you thought of me, but I didn't do it.
単純に無理だよね。あんだけ犬をいっぱい集めて殺すのって。
Have you even seen that pile of dead dogs? How could I even do that?
まあそうだよな。
Good point.
まだ僕が野里だった時、誕生日にいっぱいモルモット買ってもらって池に沈めて遊んだことならある。
When I was still in Osato, I had them buy me a lot of guinea pigs for my birthday, and I played around by drowning them in a pond. Okay. Oh. Huh? Huh? What?
あ、すいません。こういうやつなんです、モッチーは。
Sorry, that's just how he is.
最低。
You suck.
もうやんないよ。
Yeah, I'm not doing it anymore.
殺すならネズミとかゴキブリにしてよ。
If you're gonna kill something, make it mice or cockroaches.
ネズミを殺すぞ。
Yeah, I'll kill tons of mice. I could tell that the weirdos here, weirdos here were making Mamiya-san uncomfortable, but Hashimoto-san was unfazed, as always. I had a feeling that the new info I was hearing here came from the fact that no one had died, so tension levels were low.
とにかくどうすんだよ、宴は。
Anyway, what do we do about the feast?
よろしいかね。
Can I suggest something? He made the first move. Question mark. I recalled hearing that Takumi-san was the one who moved first the very first time. He revealed that he was the snake. Last time, one of the monkeys, Kanzo-san, suggested that I die. The flow of events had changed, so maybe he didn't have the guardian this time. Perhaps it wasn't a good idea to decide who had and didn't have guardians based on that alone. Just adding Hashimoto-san had changed the course of discussion completely. And this time, Chemi was the girl that criticized Fujiyoshi with her city dweller mentality, basically bringing her back around to how she was in the first loop. Last time, besides strong words on day one, she stayed passive, only hesitantly making moral objections. By becoming a wolf, she greatly changed her approach to the feast. Now, there's Kissie. I'd expected him to suggest we use a popular vote, but
私は彼に勇気ある代表者になってもらうのが良いと思うのだがね。
I believe he should become our courageous representative. He said that, while pointing at me.
それは僕に死ねってことですか？
Are you telling me to die?
そんな言い方はしたくないが、君はそういう目的でここに来たと聞いた。
I don't want to use such strong language, but I heard that's what you came here for.
最初の一人というのは選びにくいものだよ。
Alright, well fuck you, Nasano.
最初の一人がいてこそ、カラスのカゴは名乗り出ることができる。
It's hard to choose the first one, but when the first hanging does happen, the crow can reveal themselves. I didn't expect the idea to come from him. That was basically the same approach as Kanzo-san's. Hadn't he voted for me the first day too? Crap.
失礼ですが、ご自分で何をおっしゃってるか理解されてますか？
I'm sorry, but do you have any idea what you're saying?
そうですよ。理由もなく他人に死んでくれとかよく言えますね。
Yeah, how can you tell someone to die for no reason?
言い出しっぺの法則ってのがあるってこないだテレビでやってたぞ。
They said on TV that the first one to talk's the shadiest one. If he was by himself, his suggestion would have no effect. However, I'm with the scrawny Nosato. His agreement was bad news for me. What are you talking about? A human can die for Yasumisu's sake. I can do that too, but I need to watch the feast a bit longer.
なんでてめえに見てもらわなきゃなんねんだよ。
Why the hell would we need that? I've survived 2 feasts. He was telling us now? 2 feasts. I know what we gotta do. We gotta hang. If humans are afraid of hanging, humans will lose. Uematsu, pour him some more. No, I don't want any more. No, 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 no. No, thank you. Crap. Things were moving on just like last time. I played it off with some vague words back then, but would it work now? Time to throw someone else under the bus. Let's calm down. It's extremely dangerous to decide who dies based on only one side of the table. I understand some of what Kanzo-san is saying, but we can just as easily say that he's a wolf. Wolves can use logic too. Just because something makes sense doesn't mean we should accept it without question.
安永、そもそも何が正しいというの？くくらなきゃならないのはどうして？
Yasunaga, that is, what is right in this situation? Why must we hang anyone?
タイバーの話じゃ、僕らは宴の外で人を殺すことを禁じられてる。破れば汚れで死ぬ。
According to Taiba, we're not allowed to kill anyone outside the feast. Breaking this law means death.
今ここに16人いて、13人が人、3人が狼。
There are 16 of us here. 13 are humans, 3 are wolves.
宴をやれば、たとえデタラメに1人殺していっても、最終的に狼を殺しきれる可能性はある。でも、やらなきゃゼロだ。
If we do the feast and randomly kill one every day, we can get rid of the wolves eventually. But if we don't, our chances are 0.
宴をサボり続ければ、狼は一晩に1人確実に殺せるから、13日後に必ず僕らは全滅する。
If we skip out on the killings during the feast, the wolves would just kill one each night, and we'd quickly die.
ただ、僕もわからない。この中に本当に狼がいたとして、本当に人を殺す気なのかどうか。
However, not even I'm sure. If there are wolves here, I really don't know if they would kill people.
もし、ただ単に霧が出て、 誰かが悪質ないたずらをしてるだけってなら。
If this is just simple mist, and the rest is just some sick joke.
狼は本当に来るぞ。
The wolf is really coming! Everyone was surprised that he suddenly began to speak. I was pretty used to it by now, though.
狼は言うてわかるようなもんじゃね。
Listen, wolves aren't as simple as they seem.
黄泉は山じゃ。ありゃ山から言われて汚れを振りまいとる。
Yomi is the mountain. I spread the corrupt cause the mountain said so. Yomi is the mountain.
何を言うとるのよおじいさん。親内様は人の味方じゃ。
What nonsense is that? Oh, no, it's, what nonsense is that? Shinai-sama's on the human side.
山に味方もクソもあるもんか。
A mountain doesn't take side.
山はの気まぐれですごい腹が減りゃこうやって育てたもんを食らう。
A mountain's whimsical and cruel. If it's hungry, it'll eat the people it raised.
俺ら宴するしかねえの。
We got a feast. Not much he said came as a surprise to me, but I sure didn't expect to hear it from him. I wasn't the only one. The weird way he presented it made most people here uneasy and maybe even scared.
ジジイも昔宴に出ておった。ボケてもその時のことは覚えとるんだろう。
Old fart's been in feast before. He might be senile, but he remembers it.
狼はくくる。
The wolves gotta hang.
ちょっといいですか？
Excuse me. Everyone looked at me with sharp eyes.
そのかつての読み意味の宴ではどうやって一人くくる人を選んだのですか？
How were the people you hanged chosen in the previous feasts?
一人一票で選んだ。
We voted. I guessed as much. Apparently the popular vote was tradition at this point.
今回もそうすべきだと思いますか？
And you think we should do that this time too?
皆さんはどう思われます？
What about everyone else? My question caused some whispers among the people.
そんなもんで決めていいのかよ。
Can we really decide like that?
多数決で選ばれたら文句言わずに死ななきゃならないなんてひどいよ。
I know what you mean. We'd be condemning people to death by popular vote. It's too cruel.
でも他に一人を選ぶ方法はない。
But there's no better way to choose.
しっかり話し合って決めればいい。それで決まらねえならくくるべきじゃねえだろ。
We can talk it out. If that doesn't work, we shouldn't hang anyone at all.
しかし全員一致などあるのかね。当の本人は同意することなどなかろう。
You think we would reach a consensus like that? There's no way the potential victim would agree.
はーい。じゃあここでみんなのために死んでもいいよって人挙手。
Alright, anyone who volunteers to die for us, raise your hand. Shemi had used this to gain everyone's trust. Rikako-san had used this to convey to me that Mako had a guardian. Basically, it was just pure strategy. If they didn't need to take the risk this time, they simply wouldn't do it. That meant that it was likely that Mako didn't have a guardian this time. What was I to do here? I thought for a moment and concluded that if I raised my hand here, everyone would gladly hang me. No matter how kind-natured and reasonable they tried to appear, they actually didn't care much about me. Shemi and Rikako-san would value me more than most, but there was no arguing that they favored their own. I could totally imagine them prioritizing everyone else and tearfully voting for me. Otherwise, if my fate had already been decided at that point, they would vote for someone else to send them a message or keep them on their toes. It was definitely a dangerous situation for me. There was one way that might have been able to save me, though. Okay, yeah. I could do what I'd done last time. By sounding like I could be an asset to them, I'd buy time for myself. And finally, reveal that I had a guardian. I'd have to make sure the real one with said guardian was gone at that point, though. That meant using the time I had to kill them. Could I really do that, though? We've got no one. You talk big. What about you, though? I can't die yet. Hmm? He must have a guardian or something, yeah? Oh, wait. Here's a warning. Those with guardians should be especially careful. What do you mean? He went on to give the starting warning that those with guardians should keep their status hidden. However, it's better to go against that warning when the snake or crow found a wolf or when a fake appeared, and the monkeys were an exception to that. The explanation for the monkeys was the same as last time. The thing about the snake or the crow finding a wolf, as well as the appearance of a fake, weren't mentioned back then. Those with guardians are likely to be targeted, so it's best for them to be quiet. But there are situations in which it is advantageous to speak up or disadvantageous to keep quiet. The prime examples of these situations are the appearances of fakes, or when someone discovered a wolf. You sure we'll have fakes? No doubt about it. Yasunaga-kun went and briefly explained that wolves had to actively lie to win. He also added that humans should avoid lying as much as possible. The only ones who lie in the feast are the wolves. Making that a rule should spare us some trouble. That's what I think, Kanzo-san. What about you? Everyone got it? This was the time. Kanzo-san and Yasunaga-kun spent a lot of the beginning last time fighting over the lead despite both being monkeys. With Haru-chan and Tai-san's deaths, the one in charge ended up being Takumi-san. If a calm and collected Takumi-san ended up assisting Yasunaga-kun like last time, the wolves would be at a huge disadvantage. Now, Kanzo-san ended up in charge and control the feast with an iron fist. The order would collapse, perhaps to our advantage. However, that increased my chances of getting killed. I had to find a balance. Yes. I nonchalantly, yet unhesitantly, raised an arm. A few others followed my lead. Shemi, Akako-san, Kaori-san, Yoshisugu-kun, Kiyonosuke-shi, Takumi-san, Mamiya-san, Hashimoto-san, Mochi. I'm fine with that. He backed down? Yasunaga-kun and everyone who raised their hands amounted to 12. Clear majority, his polite, calm explanation bore fruit. But was Kanzo-san the type to back down in a situation like this? But we're hanging wolves by vote. Ah, so he had conditions for his agreement. Fine by me. Talking ain't getting us anywhere. Hell, all that talking would just get us the same result as a vote, won't it? Well, you have a point. Takumi, what do you think? Alright. This has gotta be a joke. The bartering with Yasunaga-kun had made Takumi-san agree to something he'd been completely disapproving of. Shammy had realized that she had to accept it, so she'd given up on arguing and only complained. Kanzo-san had a tendency to strong-arm people to get what he wanted, but he was good at it.
で、だいぶ話がそれてたけどよ。夫妻子をくくろうってのか?
So, we got derailed a bit. We hanging Fusaishi? No! Things were looking bad for me. Suddenly, I got help from where I least expected it.
今日はそのくくるでしたっけ? しなくてもいいんじゃないですか?
Oh, maybe he's the badger. Early badger candidate? If you ask me, I don't believe we should hang anyone today.
今日はというか、そもそもすべきじゃないと思いますけど。
Today? I don't think we should do it at all.
もし殺さなきゃ殺されると明らかになったら、僕は殺すよ。
If it's a matter of kill or be killed, I would kill. His tone was calm, but his words were terrifying.
妻と娘が3人家で待ってるからね。
I have a wife and 3 daughters waiting for me at home. Mamiya-san's eyes widened. She must have realized just how serious he was.
前におっしゃってましたもんね。仕事で死ぬつもりはないって。
You did mention that you don't intend to die for your work.
だから皆さんの話をじっくり聞かせてもらったんですけどね。
Yes, that's why I carefully listened to what everyone here said.
多分先手を打って処刑を行うと狼側に殺戮の理由を与えることになるんじゃないですかね。
And I think that lynching someone first would give the wolves a reason to start killing. That was a general observation that no one argued against, probably because they didn't have a good comeback.
だいたいルールは飲み込めました。考えを言いたいですが、よろしいかな?
I more or less understand the rules now. Can I say something that's on my mind?
どうも。間違えてたら、君、詳しそうだから指摘してくれるかな?
Thank you. If I'm getting something wrong, you there, you seem to know how things work, so please point it out.
はい。
Huh? Oh, okay.
じゃあ、この手続きでは高確率で5人以上の死人が出ますね。最短でも狼3人と夜の死人が2人。
Now, in this process, at least 5 people will die. A minimum of 3 wolves and 2 humans killed at night.
そうですね。雲の加護によって守られない限りは。
Yes, at least as long as the spider doesn't protect the humans.
つまり、今誰かを処刑しようがしまいが、夜に誰か死にますね。
That means that someone will die tonight regardless of whether we lynch someone today.
そりゃ、そうだな。
That's not wrong.
しかし、今日くくらねば、狼は減ることなく、宴は長引くのだがね。
But if we don't hang someone today, the feast will continue without any dead wolves.
それはおかしいですね。今日の処刑は明日カラスのカゴ車に名乗り出てもらうための処刑なんでしょ?
That's odd. Today's lynching is to let the crow show themselves, right?
狼は絶対出てこないと思われる。そりゃあ果たして有効なんですか? 効果はゼロとは言わないが。
It's unlikely that it would be a wolf. Would it really be effective overall? I won't say it would be worthless.
考えてみてください。明日こう言われる。私がカラスのカゴ車です。昨日処刑された夫妻子さんは人でした。
But imagine hearing this tomorrow. I am the crow. The one lynched yesterday, Fusaishi-san, was a human.
よしんば、夫妻子さんは狼でしたと来て、他に誰も名乗り出ないから信じてどうなる?
Now, even if it turns out he was a wolf, we would believe the crow just because no other crow spoke up against them. What would happen then?
まだ14人残っていて、狼も2人残っている。狼に的中する確率は 19% 弱から 14% 強に減ってる。
We would have 14 humans and 2 wolves. Chance of getting a wolf would drop from about 19% to about 14%.
思うに、早かろうが遅かろうが、勝負がつくのは人数がある程度減ってからなのは間違いない。
From what I see, the endgame would be after some people have died, regardless if that happened sooner or later.
だから今日一人何の確証もなく処刑するというのはどうかなと。
So, I'm not sure if we should lynch anyone today without any evidence.
それはそうかもしれませんが。
Well, you might have a point.
それは詭弁だ。そうやってくくることがなければ人は絶対に勝てんのだぞ。
That's sophistry. We humans can't win if we don't hang anyone.
その通り。ただ今日この時だけは待ってもいいんじゃないですかと言ってます。
Yes, but I believe that it's worth waiting for just one day.
今日とりあえずで誰かを処刑すれば狼側には本当に殺されるんだと殺戮を正当化させてしまいますよね。
If we lynch someone today, the wolves would realize that they really would get killed, effectively justifying their killings.
逆に向こうが先に攻撃してくれば人はその仇討ちを理由に団結できる。
Now, if they strike first, the humans could unite to avenge the victim.
繰り返しますが今日の夜確実に誰か一人が死ぬんです。処刑の有無に関係なく狼が本気ならね。
I'll say it again. Someone will definitely die tonight, regardless if we lynch someone or not. That is, assuming the wolves are serious about this.
しかし今夜の被害者を狼の報復と捉えるか狼の卑劣な先制攻撃と捉えるかには処刑の有無が影響する。
However, the lynching today, or lack thereof, would change whether tonight's victim would be considered the wolves' revenge or their vile preemptive attack.
要は狼が本当に殺してからでないと僕らは強い心でもって誰かを処刑などできないってことです。
Basically, I believe we can't be strong enough to lynch people until the wolves kill someone.
まあこうやって牽制することで狼も躊躇して殺人をやめることを僕は期待してますが難しいのかな。
Personally, I hope that such restraint would make the wolves hesitate and not kill anyone. Is that possible?
それは
It's wishful thinking. It's... No.
狼は来るぞ。
The wolf is coming!
なるほど。ただそうだとしても被害がないのに攻撃をするというのはなかなかストレスフルな決断ですからね。
I see. Even so, attacking someone when there's no victim is extremely stressful.
この状況でほぼ間違いなく狼ではない誰かに犠牲になってもらって僕らの中に不和を残すよりは
I simply believe that sacrificing someone who is most likely human and sowing discord between us
今晩の一人に団結のための犠牲になってもらう方がまだマシだと思いますね。
is much worse than simply letting someone die at night and unifying us. He had a point. not only does he have a point, but it would be hella convenient if he was a badger and he was convincing us not to potentially choose a, he was wanting the wolves to live, and help us out. He's making a strong argument if he was a badger. As a general rule, it was disadvantageous for the humans to waste an opportunity to lynch. However, making a preemptive attack when you had limited information and the chance of getting a wolf was low is extremely risky. Thus, it was a good option to prioritize emotional superiority and unity. Not many people could argue against this. Hashimoto-san was just too good of a speaker, the opposite of Kiyono's Kissie. His suggestion was beneficial for the wolves too, but only for now. It would be far more difficult for us to kill someone tonight.
今聞いて、僕も橋本さんのおっしゃることに一理あると思いました。
Upon hearing him out, I believe that Hashimoto-san has a point.
実際、まだお互いのことをよく知りもしない方が混じっている状況で、誰か一人をすぐ殺してしまうのはもったいない。
We don't fully know each other yet. Killing someone in this situation would be a waste.
それは私も思いました。おそらくですが、この読み意味の宴で最後にものを言うのは情報ですよね。
I thought the same thing. This feast thing is controlled primarily with information, right?
どういうことかな、Q ちゃん。
What do you mean, Q-chan?
誰が誰の味方をしたか、誰がいつおかしなことを言ったか、そういうのの積み重ねが狼を特定する。
You decide who is a wolf by taking time to see whose sides... Just retry that. You decide who is a wolf by taking time to see who sides with who and who says something strange.
人が嘘をつけないルールにしたことで、嘘を重ねていく狼はいつかボロを出す。
Since you made it a rule that humans can't lie, the wolves, who must lie, will eventually slip up.
そうやって狼を見つけてから、対処するのがきっと正しいですし。
It seems right to, lynch them once you find them that way.
きっと一人の手がかりから全ての狼を明らかにするとか、そういうことも考えられるんじゃないかと。
There might even be cases where a single clue can lead you to know who all the wolves are.
なるほど。推理ってわけだ。
I see. Deductive deduction.
そこまでうまくいくかはわかりませんが、狼を泳がせておいて情報を集め、後で特定することができれば。
I don't know if it would go that well, but by observing what the wolves do and gathering information about them, you can pinpoint someone.
それ以降、無駄な処刑を行わずに済むから、遅れを取り戻せるかもしれませんね。
And eventually even avoid having to lynch someone, letting us catch up to them.
それに、今夜何もわからないわけじゃない。ヘビは確実に誰か一人の正体を知ることになるから。
And it's not like we won't learn anything today. The snake will surely find out whether someone is a human or wolf.
そうですね。誤ってヘビを処刑しないためにも、今日は見送るのがいいのかも。
That's true. Maybe it's best to skip this day to avoid accidentally killing the snake. He presented the likely disadvantages that could emerge and provided ways to turn them around. It was really effective. Most here didn't want to kill anyone yet, but had to balance out the pros and cons of doing so. If they were told that the negatives could be made up for, they had no reason not to cling to that. Crap. I fell silent. Silent people were considered to be passive accomplices to the wolves. I had to say something.
確かに有効に思います。
Talking. I am participating in the feast. I'm not suspicious. That does seem effective. There's another thing to keep in mind.
何かな、ウサイシ君。
What would that be?
狼側は当然優先的にカゴ者を殺したいわけですよね。
The wolves would definitely prioritize killing the ones with guardians, right?
しかし今日処刑を行えば狼側がカゴ者を選ぶ選択肢を狭めることにもなります。
But if we lynch someone today, you would lower the amount of options for them to choose from.
特に本格的に容疑者に選ばれた人がカゴ者だったりすれば、その人は自分の正体を明かさざるを得なくなる。
Now, if the potential victim of the lynching ended up being one with the Guardian, they would have no choice but to reveal it.
人は嘘をつかないし、狼は互いの正体を知ってるので、狼は確実にそれがカゴ者だとわかる。
Since humans can't lie, and wolves know each other, they would instantly know if the one claiming to have a guardian was telling the truth.
しかし現時点で、カゴ者が名乗り出るメリットはゼロです。まだ誰も何もカゴによって情報を得ていないから。
But at this point, there's no benefit for those with guardians to come out. None of them have used their powers to gain any info.
ただ狼に殺されるだけ。
And they would only die to the wolves.
そう。
Yes.
確かだね。
That is true.
もちろんカゴ者を引く可能性は低いですが、ただの人をくくってしまえばその分狼が殺す候補も減る。
Of course, it's not likely you would land a guardian, but if you hang humans, you'd also lower the number of targets for the wolves.
狼でない人は今13人。1人いなくなれば12人。ここから狼はカゴ者を選ぶ。
There are currently 13 non-wolves. Taking one away would leave 12. The wolves would choose one of them.
母数が減ればそれだけカゴ者が当たる率が高い。
And the lower the number, the higher the chance that they hit one with a guardian.
やっぱり初日にくくることは弊害が大きそうに思いますね。
I'm starting to think that hanging on the first day does more harm than good. I actually thought that this way of handling the wolves was good for the humans. From what I could tell, Karasan and Harchan would be found out sooner than later. I had my looping and was generally a scumbag. God, truer words have never been said. I had my looping and was generally a scumbag. At least he's aware. We love a self-aware character. So I wasn't as shaken by the situation as they were, but my situation wasn't exactly solid. I could fall into traps set by the humans too.
どう思う、匠に。
What do you think, Takumi?
狼が絶対に殺すって前提で話が進んでるのが気に食わねえが。
I don't like that we're continuing on like the wolves will definitely kill someone.
殺されないならこっちも殺さないってのはわかる。
But I can understand not killing if we're not getting killed ourselves.
おやさんは
Old man?
狼は確かに殺す。
I was confused there. Old man? The wolves will kill.
そうかもしれねえがよ。
Maybe, but still.
が、でけえのの言うこともわかる。
But I get what the big guy's saying. What?
今日くくるかくくらんかで票取れ。それで決まりゃ、それで。
Vote on whether we hang someone today. That'll do.
植松の記録せ。
Uematsu, record. Record. Put a record on. Very well.
あ、忘れてた。
Oh, I forgot. Huh?
君、猿は名乗り出ない理由がないって言ってたよね。
You said that the monkeys don't have a reason not to reveal themselves, right?
ええ。猿は相互証明できるから語られにくいし、それ以上の能力はないから、狼にも狙われにくいから。
Yes, they can assure one another's legitimacy, which makes them hard to fake, and they have no powers, which makes them unpopular targets.
なるほど。
I see.
というわけで、
Oh shit.
僕は猿です。
With that in mind, I'm a monkey.
ちなみに、もう一人の方は、ちょっと読みが分かりづらいのと、漢字が潰れてて分かりづらかったけど、なんとかださん。
As for the other monkey, the letters were unclear and hard to read, but it's something da-san.
鴨志田近持ちは僕だ。僕は猿だ。僕は猿だ。
Yeah, I'm Chikamochi Kamoshida. I'm the monkey. I am the monkey. I am.
何回言うのよ。
Stop that.
そっか。モッチーは猿だったんだ。
I see. So you're a monkey. pure relief. Yasunagi-kun was glad that his best friend was definitely not a wolf. Such behavior was a good way to guess whether someone was a wolf or not. Reactions were important.
橋本さんが親切ぶった狼じゃないってことが確かになったわけだが、改めて票取っていいか?
I guess that confirms that this Hashimoto-san isn't just a wolf acting friendly. Can we start the vote?
処刑を行うか行わないか.
We gotta decide if we're lynching or not.
違う.
No.
今日くくるか死人が出るのを待ってくくるか.
We're deciding if we're hanging today or waiting until someone dies.
死人が出たらどうあっても一日一人くくる. そう約束.
He's like, we're gonna be doing it. But once they do, we're hanging people no matter what. Swear it. Yeah.
まあ、しょうがないんじゃない？一方的に殺され続けるなんて納得できないでしょ。
Well, I guess it makes sense. Can't just let them kill us and do nothing. Oh, I hit square on accident. Taiba, you ready?
そうね。
Yes.
構わんのではないかね。
No one has objections?
僕もいいです。
I'm okay with it too. With no more counter-arguments, we began the vote. The results came quick. The only ones who voted to hang someone today were the old wolf guy and Kanzo-shi. How unsurprising. Everyone else chose to wait. Well, also unsurprising not only personality-wise, but they were the two who were like, hey, the wolves are coming no matter what. Like, even Old Man Who Cries Wolf had his way of being like, the wolves are going to do the wolf thing no matter what we do, so kind of makes sense, right? Everyone else chose to wait until the wolves made a move, so we didn't hang anyone today. And with that, I think we're going to call it. We're going to call it a day. We're going to call it an afternoon. I have some other stuff. I said was combining stuff and things I had to do. I have other stuff and things I've got to do with my Sunday before the start of the work week and all that. But I'll say a good 4 hours of reading or so is still plenty decent. Almost forgot how I saved this game. A good chunk of story. Good chunk of stuff happening. Very interesting. Lots to marinate on, I would say. Much to marinate. And another interesting little loop situation we got going on here. I think it's gonna be fun. I think being the wolf is gonna have some fun results. We didn't hang. No one chose to hang for the first day, for the first meeting, so like I said, I would not be surprised if this goes into a situation where Kaori and Haru are too like weak-willed to actually want to kill anyone. And they're so close to the rest of the villagers, right? I'm kind of like an outsider, so I could see me being like, well, I gotta do this shit. And I assume, like I said, both gameplay-wise and story-wise, I think it makes sense for him to be able to have like the final say or choose who's he kills. And like I said, I think that will be the way we unlock like keys and stuff to see more stuff here. So that's my assumptions that I'm really heading into this. I think story-wise, it'll also just be interesting, right? So not only do we get to see it from the other side with like, who are you choosing to hang or not hang, but who are you choosing to kill overnight as a wolf, but also like, it will be cool to see like Haruaki have to like defend himself, and assumingly his other wolf companions, unless he cares to throw them under the bus, maybe we'll see that. But really, pun intended, I think he's going to be kind of like a lone wolf in the whole situation here, where he's kind of like, he's just going to kind of do his own thing. I think the other two are going to be kind of unwanting to assist in killing people. So it's really just going to be keeping them, I would assume, in check, make sure they don't babble, give up our rules here, and don't screw us over, right? So it should be interesting. I think it'll be fun. It'll be cool to see himself have to like defend himself and as we know, the reader knows that he's the wolf and how he chooses to get out of each situation, right? Also, I was wrong about the monkeys, apparently, but I tried. All right, I'm going to head out. This week, streams ahead should be a somewhat relatively normal week, although we'll probably finish Ender Lilies sometime this week. That'll probably be tomorrow night's stream will be Ender Lilies, and then we'll see how close we get to the end with that, and then we'll probably clean it up sometime later in the week, either potentially Tuesday, Wednesday, or Friday. Will just kind of depend on how close we seemingly are getting to it. And then that'll be definitely something we finish this coming up week. I would not be surprised if we don't see Yakuza or the puzzle thing until next weekend. So really that only leaves this and Ender Lilies, right? Yeah. So I might like pick up another small thing or do like a one-off stream of some game or something might pop up. Don't be surprised if that happens sometime this week. Since I'm, I'll say it closer to the actual date, but since I'll be gone for like a week, on a trip for a friend's wedding in like mid-April. So obviously during that week or so, it's probably like all things considered will be like under a week, but for those like 5 or 6 days or something, there obviously won't be any live streams because I will be gone. But I've already started now, but I'll start slowly like amassing a nice like backlog of streams, so that you really won't see on the YouTube channel any kind of like big gaps in uploads or anything as we get to those days, right? So if I just build up, I'm pretty good about doing it. If I build up enough streams, you'll still probably see at least one upload every day on the YouTube channel if you're one of those people that like seeing some kind of upload or something to check out every day. So, you know, I have like, I think it's like 2.5 weeks to just build up a few. So totally doable, especially now if I start early enough. So there won't be no impact there on the YouTube channel, but just heads up on the live stream on Twitch, actually, there will obviously be no live streams during that. Like I said, it's like mid-April in like 2.5 week time. So keep that in mind. Like I said, normal week ahead of streams, and we'll be finishing Elder Lilies sometime this week. Ender Lilies, not Elder. Ender Lilies sometime this week. So probably in like 2 more streams. So definitely playing it tomorrow, and we'll see how far we get. Thanks for watching. As always, thanks for listening to me read Raging Loop and any other stream you end up checking out. Have yourself a nice rest of your Sunday. Take it easy. Stay safe. Stay well. Until tomorrow night. Chop, 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 chop.